Alrighty, folks. My name is Vonnie Vaughn, and I have one question for you. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? It is time for the main event. Introducing first, the game and the category. It comes to us by way of the Super Nintendo from Square Enix. Final Fantasy for the No 64 category. And now, introducing our runner. He hails from Houston, Texas. He is the winner of the Mycidia Mayhem 2 tournament. He is the Final Fantasy IV speedrunning champion of the world, riversmccown.
Well, now I feel like I'm going to be doxxed. Thanks, Vonnie.
You are welcome.
I guess we'll just get started. I mean, does anybody need to say anything before we go?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm puwexil.
Hi, puwexil.
Hi, Rivers.
Good to see you guys.
Good, good.
You know, you wind up on my couch a lot. It's like you're knowledgeable or something.
Or I'm really good at bribes.
That's a good skill.
Oh, this is Aexoden. The hi to the camera, Aexoden.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aexoden. I might know a thing or two about this game.
He knows a lot.
he maintains the website that runs all the step routes for this game. I'll put it this way. I feel like I've done a lot for this game. If anybody has done more for me since I started speedrunning, more than me since I started speedrunning this game, it's Aexoden.
Mm-hmm.
That's my endorsement.
Hi, I'm Netara.
Hi, Netara.
I'm just here for some sass.
You're here for sass?
Yeah, I might know something about this game.
Cool.
Just a little.
Do you want to begin the game?
Yeah, sure. Let's count us in. Are we all ready?
All right.
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go!
Go!
So we start off with a roughly 7-minute of cutscene, wherein we learn that the Dark Knight Cecil has reservations about the direction that his kingdom is going after being forced to steal a crystal from Mycidia.
Hurt a lot of people. Wasn't very nice.
Hey, that hasn't happened on the screen yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Spoilers.
Wait, wasn't I spoiling too?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first Final Fantasy game to really try to have a story and like memorable characters, so they give us a nice introduction to a lot of them before we really get going with the game proper.
So let me say, since I know that not everybody watched the interview earlier, I have run this category successfully twice. First time on Wednesday. I had a child 10 months ago.
Yeah.
I am the sole caretaker of said child, and at home, I mean, and you know, my wife does a great job. Thank you to my father-in-law, Steve, for watching him on Wednesday so I could do that first run. He's an absolute joy, love of my life, and also a total pain in the ass at the same time. So he makes everything worthwhile. But yeah, I'm to have a Nami moment here. I'm holding myself to a lot lower standards than I would have 2 years ago when I was really competing for the world record. You know, eventually getting the first sub-3 in the category.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I haven't had the same practice that I used to have. I get 2 hours here, 30 minutes there. I'm probably like 80%, 85% of what I used to be. So I'm extremely happy to be here, extremely happy to be picked to run the finale. Big surprise to me after not streaming that much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully inspiring everybody to get back into Final Fantasy IV.
This is the year, the great year of the great resurgence.
Well, it started with our practice room Paladin % race earlier
Yeah.
today. FF4 2024.
Oh, it's happening.
Did somebody say Mycidia Mayhem 3?
Yeah, right?
Needs to
Whoa,
happen.
don't tease it unless you mean it. I'm on tether hooks. So here we are. We have made it to Baron. We have stolen a crystal. We have hurt some people, and we're a little dubious. We're like, we know we're in charge of this army. We're flying these cool airships, but should we have done this?
It seems a little evil.
A little not good.
Maybe a little sketchy to hurt people who were not fighting us.
Yeah, just to steal their things.
Something that has no other historical, real-world, things you can draw from. Never has happened before.
First time I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Might be worth calling out, too, which version of FF4 we're playing, too, just
Yes.
because there's like a bazillion of them right now. This is actually the original Super Nintendo release of Final Fantasy IV from 1991 called Final Fantasy II for us, because this was the second Final Fantasy we got. So this actually, there are quite a few version differences between this and later versions, especially like on the PC or with the 3D remake or the Pixel remaster. And we might touch on a few in those here and there, but kind of the big ones are that there's a lot more glitches in this version of the game, the majority of which we'll be seeing, especially if the Nuke glitch incentive showcase gets met for after the run, which you definitely want to see.
You guys should meet that. I've got a guy, Wylam, who really took this category to the next level, made it like an actual category instead of just me futzing around on the keyboard. So please, for his sake especially, meet this one, and you guys can see how you can level Palom for an hour and a half, roughly, and still almost be faster than the 64 world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to see some really fun glitches in this category, but the Nuke glitch that we're kind of playing around with now, and that's going to be showcased if we meet that incentive, is just another level. It's just really neat and actually really exciting in this speedrun.
And just so you know, we are currently at $1,219 out of the $2,000 required for that. So we still got some ground to make up, but I believe in you, chat.
Yeah. Then another thing about the version 2, this version of FF4 came out in North America kind of when JRPGs weren't really that popular yet. Over here, like only one Final Fantasy had been released on the NES, along with like the Dragon Quest series. So the Squaresoft kind of made the choice to try to simplify this game for its Western release, and they did that by removing a lot of stuff from the game in the form of a lot of items and abilities, and then they also lowered the health of almost every boss in the game too. So that does change up how we approach a speedrun of this game, on top of the fact that there's a lot of glitches we can use too.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing you may have noticed Rivers did, it looked like he did a misstep. He walked in, he stepped on that chair, he stepped down once, moved back up, and kept going. We're doing something in this category called step routing. And Final Fantasy IV is a particular game. There's 256
Do you know anything about
encounters.
step routing?
Oh, yeah. This is Aexoden will know about it.
Yeah.
All I'll say now, we're on one called Seed 92. It's the one we always use to start. We have a complicated but really well-routed setup, but what it allows is, as long as we take that one step on one of the tiles that allow encounters to progress, we will get no encounters from the time River leaves Baron Castle here until the very first boss of the run.
Having not done this in the race earlier too, I can definitely vouch for how much of a difference it makes in the first 10 minutes of the run too, to get 0 encounters instead of potentially like 3 or 4 if you get unlucky enough.
I got 4 in the race, and that wasn't fun.
And each encounter costs you something like 6 seconds unless you get unlucky and get back attack or surprise attack.
Which never happens. Famously, FF4, a very forgiving game.
Yeah, really nice to all of its runners and players, and never gives any of those things.
Yeah. I mean, as a runner of this game, too, I really enjoy running it with the step route, too, because you've probably already noticed by this point that you don't move particularly fast in this version of FF4. And then the step routing is it's really technical and involved, too, as the run progresses, too, because once we get to a certain point, we're going to be kind of scrambling up our seed and having to kind of follow one of 256 possible step routes for the rest of the game. And the fact that you have to know where the points for the step route matters, and be ready to kind of design your walking routes on the fly, I think makes a game where you walk pretty slowly a lot more interesting.
Yeah, you either have to walk very particularly, or sometimes you're taking extra steps. Sometimes you're taking just a particular route. It's fascinating.
Hey, Netara, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Why are the monsters still increasing?
I don't know. I think it's because we still have some donations we have to meet. Vonnie!
Vonnie!
We need your help here.
Oh, well, it's not me you need the help from. It's the chat. And I'll tell you, they are already doing a fantastic fantastic job of bringing in donations. I'm going to keep going until you tell me to stop. Seriously. Yeah. We got $50 here from LM Motos that says, I was done for this event, but FF4 has me back in. Have a fun time, Rivers, and thanks to everyone behind the scenes for making it a fun week.
Thank you, Motos.
We have another $50 here from Inven, who says, Rivers' no CW run at AGDQ 2018 is what led me to join the speedrunning community, through which I've made countless friends and fond memories. Back then, the nuke glitch shenanigans were just a dream. Let's hit that incentive so he can show off and have the dream come true.
Love you, buddy. Thanks, Inven.
Okay, we'll pop in here real quick. Just want to, while we're getting to this first boss, Rivers picked up an item called the carrot. Traditionally is used to summon the big chocobo, who you give some items to because you have an inventory limit.
Inventory management, very important in this run, Netara.
Super important, and that's absolutely what we're going to be using it for. Please ask no more questions.
All right, so our first boss is the Mist Dragon, the Guardian of Mist, because we're going there to deliver a package to the people there. And Final Fantasy IV was actually the first Final Fantasy game to have what's called the active time battle system, where basically real time is progressing in battle. Like if you just sit there and do nothing, monsters will just keep pounding on you until you attack. And then all of the Final Fantasy games on Super Nintendo, the first boss is kind of effectively a tutorial for active time battle, where there's like a cycle of the boss where you're not supposed to attack it and just supposed to wait. And then for the Mist Dragon, that's this right here, where it turns into mist. Unfortunately, unless you're a TAS, it's not really possible to skip this.
Serious time, please.
Yep.
Okay. We need to hit an audio cue there.
Yep. So, but what we can do, though, is basically try to hit a precise timing window that most runners use an audio cue for, to try to get Kain to land immediately after the dragon reforms and before Cecil attacks. I mean, looks like it was a little late, but that's way better than being early. Because if you land early, you whiff, and then if you're also getting bad rolls, you might run the risk of getting a second miss cycle, which is pretty sad.
Happens. Right, Aexoden?
Well, there's less than 1% chance, even if you do it right.
All right.
I like those odds.
Yep. Something you'll be seeing a lot of during this run, too, is Rivers running away during really kind of interesting-looking times. So we'll get more into that later. We've got some more fun going on. So right here, Rivers is making a quick safety save and then putting that tent to use that he snagged in Baron Castle. And that's it's not really that easy to tell just from watching, but he did that while he was buffering a step back to the left on the overworld, and then opening the menu kind of in the middle of that step and using the tent will kind of confuse the game a little bit on where his overworld map coordinates are. So then by kind of doing the same thing while walking onto Mist and then doing a save and reset.
And we know we got it because when he briefly came out of the menu, Cecil kept walking before the reset. So we know he got it. We buffered that.
We're going to need some Cecil and Kain names pretty soon here, too.
Yeah. So then so after reloading, he respawned on top of Mist, and he was able to enter from the east entrance.
And for some reason, there's no trigger there, so we can just walk in and do some mid-game shopping.
Yeah.
Oops.
And by shopping, we mean we sold an invisible stack of like 65, 535 iron shields and got lots and lots of money.
They're going to need those shields to rebuild, puwexil.
Yep.
Yeah, they are. We're rebuilding the economy.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
You can say hi to Rydia's mom, by the way, too. She's just sunbathing out there.
Yeah, hi, Rydia's mom.
Always has been.
Don't question who Rydia's mom is. It's fine.
And and I guess while we're cutting off the names for Cecil and Kain, too, we're basically, this whole area we're not supposed to have access to until after I'm liberating Baron Castle, which is going to be like an hour 15 or so into the speed run. So we went to that shop to buy some dancing daggers, which is a weapon we're not supposed to have yet, and then we're getting some chests here, which we're also not supposed to have yet, in the form of a tiara and change rod, which are really nice pieces of equipment for raising magic damage.
You know, there's nobody here, but the good news is that the inn has one single naming way. So Vani, what names do we have for Cecil and Kain?
Who do you want first?
Cecil.
Cecil is going to be Nikos from video games. That is going to be all capitals, Nikos.
Nikos. Thank you. And then for Kain.
Kain is going to be Nitzy. Nitzy.
Sorry, can we get that spelling one more time? No,
Nitzy.
Nitzy, a wonderful community member.
It's Guy 1.
So the fact that the entrance on the right side of the town exists at all tells me that Misclip was absolutely intentional.
Yep.
It had to be.
Totally.
The developers of this game knew that 35 years later, we'd still be playing it and finding new things to break.
Yeah.
And finding ways to walk over the town.
And
like
then we'd be trying to
backwards.
beat this game in one sitting, too,
Yeah.
for charity.
Okay, now we're in a cutscene where, you know, the king gave us this package that turns out to just burn down the village. It's very sad, but
Oops.
But Vani, do you have any donations to read?
Oh, man, do I ever. Let's start with a bang. We got a $250 donation here. This one is from Zels and says, thank you all for an amazing event. It was great to see runs of lesser-known games like Small Saga and Live Alive that definitely deserve more hype. Looking forward to the FF4 run next, and keep on donating, everybody. I can definitely get behind that. We've got $15 from Sriraj, who says, really been enjoying this marathon and would like to donate a bit to this wonderful cause and see a little bit more Final Fantasy IV. We've got $5 from The Witch that says, one of the great DVOA commentators running FF4 for charity. I better see him beat the bosses. No slacking today.
Thank you, Witch.
We got $50 from Gearless Robot, who says, I have to make up for my donation blunder during the run. Here's another $50 to make up for it. And we've got $25 from Gurmora that says, this run needs more goof-offs. Oh, whoops, wrong game.
Oh, no.
Don't forget to burst Griddia. It's the only way to win.
We're working on
All right.
it.
I might pass on that one.
All right, so as soon as we get back into the overworld here, this is where the step route really starts to get interesting, because when Rivers reset the game as part of doing the mist clip, that actually scrambled his seed, because there's 256 possible
40.
encounter seeds. Okay, and I guess the mystery's solved. He was
Easy.
Rivers was trying to use a timing cue when reloading the game, because it's frame perfect, basically. The game's cycling through each seed per frame, which is a 60th of a second on the Super Nintendo. And he was trying to aim for seed 43, which is the best possible seed, as far as kind of getting the fewest number of random battles in the rest of the run with kind of the least amount of extra walking you have to do in various maps in order to set it up. So it looks like he was about 3 frames early. Although, how good is seed 40 for what we're doing
It's
here?
pretty good still.
Okay.
We'll take that.
But the way he was able to tell too is that Aexoden, this genius on our commentary team right here, has put a lot of work into not only designing these step routes, but also making a website that has really easy to follow guides to follow them when you run this game. So Rivers was basically following a map of the overworld desert there, and then using that to tell which tiles he got random battles on, and then use that to tell.
Oh, nice crit. So what he's doing in this battle here is you're noticing, again, he's running at the almost every time he tries to attack. We're doing something called run buffering. Every time that message is up that we run in an unrunnable battle, the ATB stops. So any commands that we enter while that message or like any message is up that pauses the battle lets us get a little bit ahead of things. So ideally in that battle, it lets us kill those soldiers before they hit us at all or very much. And we're going to be using that in basically every single fight from here on in. That is unrunnable.
Yeah, because one of the first things Rivers did after getting out of Barren Castle was actually to raise the battle speed to 1. Because in this game, the battle speed affects how fast battles go, unlike some of the later games where it has kind of weirder effects. But yeah, Rivers is going to be playing most of the game on battle speed 1, so doing that run buffering technique is going to give him just a little bit more reaction time to input menu commands, and ideally like outspeed enemies to get attacks off.
Absolutely.
Good NPCs.
Yeah.
Nice.
So beautiful.
We are also immediately, as soon as we get our new party member, Rydia, we're putting that tiara we picked up on her, because you may have noticed she has 30 HP, and she's going to have 30 HP for the first boss. So very
Yay.
squishy, and we need her. She's going to be doing some solid work for the immediate beginning part of the game. Also putting her in the back row, because the good work she's going to be doing can easily be done while getting more protected in the back row.
Yeah, and then little micro optimization Rivers did when leaving Kaipo too was just do a side step before walking onto the transition tile to the overworld, and that spawns you actually 1 tile east of Kaipo instead of south, so that saves 2 steps on the overworld where you can get into encounters potentially.
Yeah, and later he'll do the opposite. He'll step out on that left tile and come out on the left side.
GP drop. The rout's already busted.
That's it.
I actually, when I am able to play No 64 legit and not for charity, there's like an entire chart that I follow of buttons to hold early in the game so that you do
nice.
not get GP drops or back attacks, or surprise attacks, or whatever. You want to get the quick runaway as fast as possible.
Yeah, I guess that is worth pointing out too. That even though for the rest of the run, the number of fights we get, what enemies are in them, and that sort of thing is going to be manipulated by the step route. There are plenty of other things that are not manipulated. Like for our purposes, almost everything that happens inside the fights is still going to be random, especially whether they're like preemptives, back attacks, or ambushes.
Yeah.
And we want to see as few of the latter two as possible because those all suck up a bit of time.
Yeah, we're kind of slowly dipping into the manipulation of those, but it's particular.
Well, you can manipulate them, but it requires frame-perfect walking aside other things.
Yeah.
So
Easy every time.
part of
Yeah,
the
for sure.
determining the battle RNG at the start of the battle is a whole bunch of various areas of memory, including your controller, so you can press different buttons to affect it, but unless you know what it is in advance, good luck.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can also choose which character's on the screen. You know, Tella has a different path than Rydia.
Probably have a few words from our host during this cutscene here.
Well, before I get started with reading off all of these donations here, I am excited to announce that for the event, we have raised over $75,000! Thanks in part to the following folks here. We've got $40 from Red Silvers, who says, my final donation for RPGLB. Sad to see the week come to an end, and sorry I won't be here for the finale. But it has been great to see everyone, and everyone in this community on site and remote are all amazing. We have a $20 donation from Keshira, who says, Final Fantasy IV music reminds me of Mondays, hiding in the cleaning closet before after-school English for babies so that I could watch Puwexil do his nightly Sunday PB attempts. I fondly remember seeing him PB while quietly being excited and not hooting in celebration while surrounded by brooms. Good luck to Rivers, and thank you to everyone for supporting Nami. We have a $50 donation from Quistacular. Says, Final Fantasy IV, our beloved old friend video game. Best of luck, Rivers, and let's see that nuke glitch. Well, speaking of which, we are currently at $1,794 out of the $2,000 for that. So that's getting real close. Let's go ahead and finish that one off if we can. I also am going to read off a $500 donation. This one is from Stoltheim. That is indeed how you pronounce it. And it says, first RPG I ever played, and it still has a very special place in my heart. Go show those bosses who's boss. Can I keep going?
I could probably just point out here that Rivers is making a very minor detour here to pick up an upgraded weapon for Cecil called the Darkness Sword, which just because the team we have right now, not really the greatest on dealing damage, with the exception of those dancing daggers we picked up that only Rydia can currently use. So just I don't know, like 20 steps out of the way or so, we can get an upgrade for Cecil. Then in addition to just raising his attack power, also does double damage against aquatic enemies, which we'll be fighting a couple of.
I'm sure it's not going to matter at all. No.
The next boss that's in this waterfall definitely will not be aquatic.
Yeah, we also have that sword for the next kind of few fights, so things get real bad for us real quick if we do not get that sword upgrade.
Or if you're doing Octomam %.
Well, yes.
The best of categories.
Love that category.
The truest of all categories. The King's category. Octoman %.
All right, so we can probably start talking about Octomam, the next boss, which is an octopus, as you can probably guess from all the tentacles surrounding us right now. And then Octomam is kind of has the distinction of actually being the fastest enemy in the entire game, even faster than the final boss.
Yep.
But has a unique mechanic, though, where Octomam starts with 8 tentacles, and after the first 3 hits of any kind, and then the next H2 after that, Octomam will lose a tentacle, and also lose, I believe, 3 from its agility stat. So at the very start of the fight, you're just taking a lot of hits left and right, but then just as you keep getting hits, Octomam will get slower and slower and less dangerous progressively. So that's why we're having Tella cast Lit 1 a couple of times, even though it doesn't really do that much damage, just because we're trying to just get hits in as fast as possible right at the start to in particular to reduce the odds of Rydia getting hit. Because even though Rydia has a very, very oversized defense stat right now because of that tiara. She is still only level 1 with 30 hit points, and Octomam can do up to 18 damage per hit with max rolls, and so those 30 hit points can go by fast.
Yeah, it
depending on how this fight goes.
doesn't take many hits for her to go down. And as you're noticing there, what we're doing specifically with these dancing daggers is, like many of the other items and weapons we get, even though it's a weapon, it can be used as an item, and it counts as a magic attack, which will be relevant a little later. But it's why our tiny little mage here, is doing like hundreds of damage if we get a good roll to this boss.
It'd be nice if she did 200 of damage.
Yeah, right? So we really don't want her to go down.
You also saw telecast stop on himself, and that's just basically because you noticed he wasn't really doing that much damage with his spells. So once we got those 2 hits in, that's kind of the sweet spot to have Tele just kind of take a nap, basically, and not really consume time with having to input commands for him.
Yeah, either to hit or to defend, it's just all time, so...
Ultimately, the RNG in this fight really determines how you're going to come out.
Yeah,
Nice.
there we go. Finish off strong. Look at all that useful magic we're definitely going to use.
I think you guys should talk about Rydia getting hit a lot more for this run, since it didn't happen.
All right, so we got a little menuing sequence coming up right after Octomam too, where the main thing we're doing is we're adjusting our party order. In order just to kind of set it up for the next next couple segments of the run. Because one thing about Final Fantasy IV compared to most of the other entries in this series later is that you don't actually have total control over which row your characters are in, as far as the front or back row, with row affecting just how much physical damage you take or receive. You have 2 in the front row and 3 in the back row, or vice versa. So, and then we'll get into it a little bit later too, but whoever's in the middle slot in your party too, it matters for a couple places too. So he was just reordering his party to kind of prepare for the changes that are coming up.
For the best character, Edward.
Yep.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you get certain characters, depending on the spaces, kind of determines where they go. So we know in advance where they'll go when we put those empty
By the way,
spaces
is there
there.
a line coming up or anything in this fight right here? I'm
There's
trying
no way.
trying to remember what it is. Just crowd and chat, do you know what that is?
You spoony bard!
The enduring legacy of this game is definitely it's wonderfully written time.
Can I read off a very appropriate donation
Yes,
for what's
please.
going on right now? We got a $30 donation from Kaylor that says, "Too long has poor Edward been burdened by the slanderous moniker of a bitter old man, blinded by his rage and the fear of losing his daughter. Our dear Bard is so much more than spoony," putting this donation towards renaming Edward in a manner that shows how wide a range of silverware he can be reminiscent of.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And then I guess, I don't know, story-wise too, by the way, we came here trying to look for one of the next crystals, because we were kind of used by the King of Baron to steal the water crystal from Mysidia, and then we knew that Damsian Kingdom here in the desert had the fire crystal. But we were a little too late in getting here, and the Red Wings bombed it and then killed most of the people here, including Tella's daughter, Anna.
He's upset about it.
Who
He should
had
be.
run away to get married to who turns out to be Edward, the prince of this place, one of the only survivors. So he's distraught. Tella is incredibly angry, gathering enough strength to get Dark Knight Cecil and all of his armor out of the way to go chase revenge on the new captain of the Red Wings, Golbez.
Very, very violent cutscene in retrospect. 1991 was a different time.
A different time. Bonnie? We're going to shoot it over to you.
Oh, please do. I got plenty of donations here. We got $20 from Quasar that says, "Final Fantasy IV was a huge part of my gaming childhood. It released when I was 9 years old. I still play through it every few years. Thanks RPG Limit Break for the great week of speedruns, and thanks to Nami for all the work they do." We also have a $100 donation here from Lisa Rocks,
Rocks.
who says, "Birthday shout-outs to my brother, Reliable Lion. One day as a small child, he picked Final Fantasy II, before we actually knew it was the fourth, for the Super Nintendo as his rental game for the weekend. This was my introduction to the RPG genre and Final Fantasy IV. Flash forward to discovering Twitch, speedrunning, and the Final Fantasy IV community. The people from this community are my best friends, and I love seeing them every year at RPG Limit Break. So excited to see everyone here for the final run of 2024. Good luck, Rivers, and happy birthday, Reliable Lion.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, so this is the Antlion Cave. We're basically coming here looking for an item called the Sand Ruby, which we're told will cure our basically Cecil's girlfriend, Rosa, who somehow beat us to Kaipo.
Rosa's boyfriend, Cecil.
Yeah, well, in doing so, though, she got the sand fever, which is what only the Sand Ruby fixes it, and only the Prince of Damcyan or the Damcyan royalty can give access to that. So we're like, yeah, we'll go. It's no problem. We get those all the time.
So we're just kind of heading down to, because I guess the lore is that the Sand Ruby is created by a monster called the Antlion when it lays eggs in its nest. And Antlion's totally friendly, by the way.
Totally friendly.
Edward told us he could never possibly be wrong.
No.
Please don't think too hard about where sand rubies come from.
We do not
Yeah.
think
It's
about
not
where
a good
sand rubies
place.
come
Yeah.
from. Nope.
So Antlion can't. If you're brand new to this game and to RPGs, Antlion may be a bit of a tricky boss because it counterattacks every time you use the fight command on it. But dancing daggers count as a magical attack. So
And guess who
Yes.
else can use them now?
Yep.
You got it. It's our new pal, Edward.
So we're just hoping for some high rolls here to potentially kill Antlion in 3 hits. And we're doing that run buffering to try to beat out Antlion attacking.
Yeah, but even without the high rolls, this is an easy fight. As we mentioned earlier, those dancing daggers, when used as an item, count as magic, and Antlion does not counterattack magic. So easy fight, easy life.
And then after this fight, unfortunately, because emergency exits don't exist in this version of the game, we do actually have to walk out. And depending on what kind of seed we're on for step routing, we may have to do some stuff too, as far as because that's one thing about the step route too is that because there's certain maps in the game that do not have random battles in them but still count on the step counter that controls random battles. There may be some periodic points where Rivers just kind of ducks into like a room with a save point or something like that. And the reason for that is basically just to burn off some steps.
This actually has a pretty clean step route. We don't have anything again until Serpent Road. So
Okay.
Nice.
This is pretty nice. Want to point out, if you want to get your last minute snipes in for the names of Rosa, Rydia, and Edward, that is getting cut off very soon.
Nice. Just to quickly explain and go a little deeper, a reason we go into save rooms is because those are rooms like in caves where the encounter table still progresses for every step we take. However, there's no encounters there. So when we we'll take steps and where an encounter should be, it goes, but we can't have encounters in this room, so it just skips it. So if we get a chunk, it's determined we're just like, no, we want to skip those. We're going to go walk in that room, take some extra steps, and then continue on. It's still, we've got the fastest way of doing it routed out, thanks to Aexoden.
Because the way this game does the encounters too tends to be very kind of lopsided too. Like if you're playing this game completely unmanipulated, you're often going to get into stretches where you get like 4 battles over the course of like 6 or 7 steps or something like that, and the step routing just makes a lot of that go away. And for a really good seed too, you can save multiple minutes over the course of a run just off of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Most places in the game will have an encounter rate of 8 out of 256. So for every 256 steps you'll take, there'll be a guaranteed 8 encounters in that walking.
Yeah, sometimes even where we take the steps, it's like, in this part of the map, we have the 8 out of 256. In this part of the map, we have 10. So we're going to take those extra steps in the 8 section.
Fun fact, if you disable the sprite layer of this bed, you see that the Rosa Spat that they use is actually the same one that's tied up in the Tower of Zot. So don't think about that one too hard either.
Not thinking about that. I think that's where we shoot that to Vonnie.
Yes.
Hey.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'll
Please
just take
change
it
the
from here.
subject, Bonnie, please.
Yeah. We have a $25 donation from Iku Acme who says, it's been an awesome week. GG to all the runners and staff. We also have a $100 donation from Alice Rujasu who says, oh, hey, it's the speedrun that first got me into speedrunning on the marathon that first got me into marathons. Best of luck to Rivers, and thanks for everything you've done for this community. Thanks to everyone who has watched, donated, and helped to organize and put on this wonderful event. And then we have another $500 donation. Woo! This one is from Ambly, and it simply says, less than 3.
Aw.
Heart.
Thanks, Ambly.
And thank you, Rujisu.
Yep. All right, so kind of in the middle of Edward kind of playing a sad song on his harp to lament Anna having perished in the raid on Damsian. Just a random water hag, or Sahuagin in later translations, just shows up out of the oasis and attacks him. And then kind of during this fight, Anna's spirit shows up to encourage him. But this is a really interestingly designed fight, in that to win, you have to hit water hag 3 times. Back when I was running this game more and we had tournaments, I remembered offhand how many hit points Water Hag actually has, which is a lot.
45,672.
All right, good.
She memorized that one. I'd say memorize that one.
Number
Yes.
6.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's 3 hits, and then in much older runs of this fight was actually kind of dangerous because
Yes.
Before the discovery of the mist clip. Without dancing daggers, Edward was still using his Dreamer harp, which has lower accuracy, and then the way that your party formation impacts accuracy was also less understood at the time. So if Edward missed enough times, you could risk just dying flat out on that what's intended to be a story fight. But having Edward specifically in the middle position with a dance and dagger almost guarantees hits. So you're almost never gonna die there.
Okay, Vonnie, wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh, no.
Wait for it.
We're getting
Okay,
NPC'd.
so I need some names, Vonnie.
What do you want first?
Give me Rydia first.
Rydia is going to be Netara, capital N.
Hey.
It's me.
How do I spell that, Netara?
N-E. You got it. It's perfect.
Okay, and then
Tar
give
needs
me,
to run off and grab a green wig.
give me Edward.
Edward is going to be Forky, capital F-O-R-K-Y.
I love this.
Ooh, different cutlery.
Yep.
I prefer the spoon, but okay. And give me Rosa.
Rosa is going to be Puwexil,
Yeah!
capital P-U-W-E-X-L.
Lowercase p if you really want to be accurate.
That's not what the donator said.
Oh, that's not what the donator said. Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
donors.
Thank you very much.
Another thing about that Water Hag fight was it was the first instance of using something called the back row glitch, which will come up a bit more.
Yeah, we'll be back rowing Cecil, and if you guys get the bosses going, we will also back row glitch Kane for a lot of the in-game bosses.
Because this run, in addition to being the finale of RPG Limit Break 2024, if you donate for it, can also be the big world debut of Final Fantasy IV All Bosses too, in a stage like this too. So definitely get those donations in to make that happen. We have a incentive open right now for Rivers to fight all of the optional bosses that are on Earth here. After the Giant of Babil, which is much later in the run. But we may have a couple other incentives in store after that one gets met, too.
Oh, absolutely. So here we are trying to climb this mountain to go to the next kingdom with a crystal Fabul. And we have this ice wall, and we only have one character who could possibly use fire. It's the small child whose village we just burned down with fire. So needless to say, she's not a huge fan. But Rosa, she just knows all the nice things to say and has a really good cookie recipe and just says, hey, Rydia, you can totally cast fire. And so she does.
Yep.
Just this once and never again. But we can progress now.
Wexel has tutored you well, Netara.
Yeah. I couldn't do it without you.
Aw.
And your cookies.
Yeah. So so this is Mount Hobbs. It's a fairly short dungeon, but it's got some very dangerous potential encounters here, especially if they back attack you. Hopefully not going to jinx it by saying that. Okay, but the one that I've called the Puwexil special too is it's a double group of gray bombs and bombs, and if you get back attacked by them, they can potentially kill Edward and or Rydia, which is very, very bad for this upcoming fight, because Rivers did actually pick up a safety life potion in Antlion's Cave as part of the marathon route, but that's it as far as any kind of revival capabilities at this point.
Yeah, and that's just particularly important because we have our 2 squishy friends, Edward and Rydia, who are going to be doing, both of them, some solid work in this upcoming Mom Bomb fight. However, we also need Edward to get some more HP from for the next fight coming up in Fabul. So we need to keep him alive, both to be doing damage in this fight and to get the experience after it's done. So that safety life can really come in handy.
Rivers getting very lucky with this auto battle fight with Yang and the imps too.
Yep, it is variable, so We have some minor manips we can do to it, but usually we just kind of YOLO it. So Mom Bomb coming up. We need to do 600 damage to this first form.
800, yeah.
sorry.
25.
800 damage. Once we hit that, she is automatically going to go to a transitory form where she's just going to be like, hey, I'm mad. I'm exploding. We are going to set it up so Yang is going to get ready to kick for immediately when she goes into the third form where she explodes into 6 different bombs, 3 gray, 3 orange. We need to take out those gray bombs as soon as possible because they have the most HP and they are going to explode and hurt us if we don't kill them
Rivers
soon
was
enough.
running during the explode animation to reduce lag by a few frames too.
So here we're going to have Edward and Rydia focus firing on those gray bombs, looking at the amount of damage which we got from the kick. We're going to look at those damage amounts and kind of point our other friends at those bombs to get rid of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, and then Rivers going to snuck Rosa's bow off, or I'm sorry, puwexil's bow off during the some of the animations there, and that's part of setting up for what the back row glitch that Aexoden was alluding to earlier, and we'll talk about that a little more once he actually does it.
Great fight.
Nice fight.
Love to see it. Everyone up, nobody killed by bombs.
One of the big benefits of step routing is this walk to Fabul is very dangerous and very long. We will only get, it looks like, 2 encounters on the way.
Nice.
Yeah, because there are some very, very nasty back attacks here. Not really nasty so much as risks of death, but nasty as far as losing time. You can get like groups of 6 or maybe even 8 imps, I want to say, on the overworld walk here. And if you get back attacked, all of them will attack before you can run away.
So speaking of
Absolutely.
long walks, Vonnie, flex those vocal cords for me.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right, everybody here in the crowd, I'm going to need your energy for hype here. Matter number 1, the Nuke Glitch Showcase has been met.
You're not going to be disappointed, everyone.
You're also not going to be disappointed in this next donation because it is for $1,064. And that one comes in from our friend Vaxherd, who says, donating to match the 1064 category, which I'm sure has nothing to do with my window being slightly off screen. I wasn't able to catch many runs live this year, but GG to all the runners and good luck to Rivers. Also, that carrot sounds important. Please don't throw it in the trash can.
I won't. Thank you,
Yeah.
We would
Vaxherd.
never.
Thanks, Vaxherd. Yeah, good. Vegetables are good. So very important safety save here, just because we've got a fairly dangerous series of fights coming up after these cutscenes here.
Which are very RNG heavy.
Yeah. Like Netara mentioned a bit ago, we're coming here to the monk kingdom of Fabul to try to defend the wind crystal, I think it is here.
I don't
Crystal
know.
of Air.
Yeah, the air crystal from Golbez and the Red Wings, and they're going to be they're going to be raiding pretty much immediately after we get here. So we've got a series of, I believe, 6 total fights we're going to be doing, and we kick Rosa and Rydia out of the party for stupid reasons
It's
here.
great. I love it.
For the
us.
90s.
Yeah, 90s were great.
Yeah.
I hate to have somebody be able to throw dancing daggers. A second person.
Yeah.
Or help heal us.
So and that's a huge part of what makes these fights dangerous, is that we have to do it only with 3 characters, one of whom, Dark Knight Cecil, not all that great here at this point.
No, and 1 healing item, that's a life. And let me tell you, if we need it, it's too late.
Yep.
So we're going to be really utilizing the run buffering here because we need really that.
Oh,
Yang.
like almost exact count there.
You're seeing that sword already just stopping being very good, that upgrade we got earlier. But Edward here is going to be doing so much work. He is going to be tossing those dancing daggers, which one-shot those soldiers and basically anything in here. But he only has 100
What did he do with
HP.
Yang?
That's what?
Who is that, and what did he do with Yang?
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
used to him just throw rolling 20s.
Right?
He ate his Wheaties today.
Yeah,
What can I
and,
say?
and getting the run buffer to throw the dagger before the soldiers attack there is a lot harder than it looks, too, just because you just have to press a lot of buttons in a very short period of time to hold down L and R to trigger the can't run text, and then go into Edward's menu and go up and throw the dagger before that can't run box disappears.
And you can still get an unlucky roll at the start, and they're just like, no, we don't care how well you run buffered. We're hitting him first anyways.
Yeah.
So thankfully that didn't happen, and we're 2 of 6 battles done. We're going to have another set of soldiers coming up. There's a gargoyle, another pack of the monsters, and another set of soldiers. So let's count them down and hope this goes well. There's a little bit more technical stuff we're doing in here, but we'll wait till we get there.
Yeah.
We're switching to attacks now.
Okay.
Yeah, the main thing we really don't want to see in these
Oh.
fights too is for Edward to take a lot of damage, because Edward is not really the most courageous character in RPG history, and if he gets down to, I think it's 25% health or lower,
Who is this guy?
This is
Yeah.
marathon luck. We need more of that.
Who is this
Yay,
guy?
we love you.
Yeah, but if Edward his health gets too low, he will automatically hide
Yeah.
and become effectively useless for the rest of the fights. Like, hide is a mechanic that's normally disabled during boss fights, but unfortunately these don't count as boss fights. For
Cool
that
boss
purpose.
music's
Yeah.
playing. Should be a boss fight, but no, the game's like, no, this is just random encounters. And we're like, no, please, let us keep him.
Yeah, so as long as you're getting past the third fight in the series with Edward still on his feet, you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief at that point, because that's really you're past a lot of the danger at that point, because it's really those fighter and general fights are where the most potential to take damage is.
Yeah, that gargoyle fight can also be really scary if you let it go on for long enough, but thankfully, also one-shotting them.
Yeah, and then
Getting-
these Weeper fights are pretty free, but a little optimization we do too is to always have Cecil attack the water hags, just because again his darkness sword does double damage against aquatic enemies, so it's
Thank goodness it did.
yeah.
Well, Cecil always has the potential in these fights to kind of whiff the rolls, but wow, is he showing us. Okay, our poor bard had found a rock on the floor and tripped. But that's okay, because we're working together.
Hey.
Nice.
Teamwork.
Yeah, for these last two fights, Rivers opted to just attack with Edward instead of throwing the dagger, it's both a little bit easier and potentially faster too, because the animation's about 3 seconds faster. But you do run about a 20-ish% risk of the hit with the dancing dagger not being enough to kill it.
Yeah, we said too many nice things about Yang.
Edward's HP is very nice, though.
Yep. Yeah. All right, so that's it for the Fubble Gauntlet, as we call it in the FF4 speedrun world. But there's one little thing left before we're really done with the.
But you said we were
this
done.
here.
There couldn't be another fight.
Yeah.
That's
We're
our
fighting
friend.
Nitsi.
No, but he's our friend. We couldn't be
Nitsi?
fighting him. Nitsi?
Yeah.
What the heck?
So we're finding out that Nitsi has seemingly betrayed us and joined up with Golbez. So nice.
Oh!
Nice. So this is an unwinnable story fight, effectively, but it won't end until Cecil either dies or gets to critical health. So that was the perfect outcome, basically, where
Yeah.
one jump from Kane reduced Cecil to critical health. Rivers did take Cecil's shield off earlier to try to increase the odds of that, but if the roll from the first jump wasn't high enough, then you'd have Cecil attack himself to try to push him down into critical. But if your luck is bad enough, then you have a bunch of extra dialogue, and
we ain't got time for extra dialogue.
Yep.
But unfortunately, again, we're up to the FF4 like gods. So, and
Yeah.
thankfully, so far they're being okay.
No.
Bye, Puwexil.
Okay, I guess I'd better bow out of commentary
Yeah,
for
see
a
you
while
later.
now.
You know who I want to hear some extra dialogue from? It's Vonnie.
Yes.
Ooh.
I got you, BB. We've got SBD12 donating $30, who says, on behalf of a friend in New Zealand going through some hard times. We have a $50 from Alice L,
Yay.
who says, have to give my love to some of the most fantastic people I've had the pleasure of meeting. Love y'all so much, and I can't believe we're already at the finale. Gonna miss everyone so much.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Same.
We got $25 from Dragonista, who says, I guess after a couple decades, I could get back into FF4. Good luck and finish out Limit Break with a nuke.
It's never too late.
We got $100 from Sterner Stock, who says, RPG Limit Break's chill vibes are unmatched, and Nami is a great cause I'm always happy to donate towards. Good luck on the finale. We've got $10 from Zero Wing 211 that says, boop, boop. That is all. Oh, and Rivers can decide where to place these $10 for incentives.
Well, I think we need to make sure that the people get their Rydia. So, Rydia for the character that gets grinded for Zeramus.
Nice.
You heard the man. Can I keep going?
Yes.
Let's just point out quick before we keep going too that even though there's no encounters inside Fubble Castle, we are still step routing. By the way, like when we came back through the throne room, Rivers actually walked on the carpet as much as possible instead of the regular tiles, and
Yep.
And then he did the same. I believe did walk when he was going into the inn. He walked in front of the shop counters instead of avoiding them. That's all step manipulation, just because those special tiles don't advance the step counter.
No, the regular floors that are outside, not like inside these towers, count. The carpets and stairs don't, and like cracked tiles don't count. So you kind of have to learn what tiles, and the guides on the website help a lot with that. Noticing we're doing some quick equipping and unequipping. We need that tiara, and I'm sure everyone's totally fine, but we just want to have it in our pocket just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry I took that off you, Netara. It seemed like it was the right time.
Listen,
For some
I was
reason.
feeling a little warm, so now we'll just put it
Yeah.
off to the side for later. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. So before we pass it back to Vani too, yeah, we're getting on a ship here to try to go back to Baron to try to get our crystals back from Golbez, and I guess nothing's possibly going to go wrong here.
No.
But if you need a donation comment, let us know if you think that Cecil pushes Yang off the ship during this
Or
upcoming cutscene here
Or
too.
whether Yang jumped off to save someone who definitely didn't fall over. No spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
FF4 is one true good meme.
The most critical debate.
Yeah.
All right, take it away, Vani.
Oh, you got it. We have got $25 from Polara247 that says, great marathon, great times. We got a $75 donation from Kobahi.
Nice.
Nice.
Says, yeah. Says, good luck on the run, Rivers. Help him out, Couch Team. Hope you get all those proper steps in. FF4 was what got me into speedrunning and always consider coming back, but who knows?
Come back.
Yes.
It's never too late.
We've got a $100 donation from Kalugian who says, great to see you on stage again, Rivers. I would have renamed Fusoya to Tofu-ha if it had been available. So let's see that Nuke incentive instead. Well, that's been met, so we're good there. We got $50 from F. Coughlin,
Nice. Woo!
who, of course, said, what do you think the beginning of his donation message says?
I just want to tell you both, good luck.
We're counting
We're all
on
counting
you.
on you.
You got it. To continue on, surely you will be able to get rid of a trash can safely. I can tell you a story about your gameplay, but I will keep it short so you don't lose your edge. I hope you mop the floor with this team and assure you, you can do it.
We love you.
And by the way, thanks, Fred. You didn't have to do that.
We have let's see here. We've got a $50 donation from Arborelia that says they're Netara from video games.
It's me. Look, he was pushed.
Well, could have been trying to jump in
No.
after someone else.
No. Apparently there's new meta, and Cecil's been hired by Yang's wife.
Aexoden, what did you do in the practice hack about this?
Just made it clear what's really going on there.
Yeah. This isn't the important lore that we all need to know.
All right, so after getting our ship nommed on by the King of the Seas, Leviathan, we get separated from all of our other party members and then washed up on this beach near the town of Mysidia, where we kind of raided and stole a crystal and hurt a bunch of people during the prologue to the game. So there's some kind of fun interactions you can have when you come here, like getting turned into a frog or a pig or stuff like that by various people here.
They
But,
really don't like you, and rightfully so, frankly.
yeah. So we're gonna kind of atone for our crimes here by stimulating the local economy very heavily. By buying huge stacks of curative items here. Because again, we used a item duplication glitch much earlier in the game to get effectively unlimited money, and we're putting that to use right here. We're gonna buy some equipment after this little trip here too.
Mysidia Babe was really looking to try there.
No hug. It was close.
No hugs here.
It was close, but no hug.
So during that very long series of dialogue, we basically said we were sorry to the Elder of Mysidia, and he tells us to prove it by going to this mountain called Mount Ordeals in order to kind of renounce being a dark knight and become a paladin who's a holy knight instead.
Yep. And you know what he does? You know what he thinks is a great idea? So he's like, I don't trust you. I'm not going to help you unless you go to this mountain, and I'm sending these 2 5-year-olds with you. So good luck. You're like, what? This is not safe. I question this elder.
He just knows how weak Dark Knight's SLB
Yeah, he
is.
does.
Yeah.
Levens all away. They have way more HP than that.
So just buying some good gear for mages and then for paladins while we're here too.
Now, if those of you who don't know me very well may not know that I write about football for a living.
What?
Anyway,
You like sports?
We're about to watch the entire Baltimore Ravens defensive line get in on the attack grid here.
Oh, no.
Oh, look, it's Sam Adams.
Welcome to RPG Sports Break with your host.
Sports ball break, right?
Yes, sorry, Sports Ball Break. My bad.
Terrell Suggs.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's Oops All Ravens.
4 of them in a row.
Yeah. Love this for us. You probably have time to squeak in a couple of donations.
Tony
there?
Siragusa, no.
No.
Wrong twin.
Wrong twin.
Oh, no.
Something we are hoping is going to happen during the fights here and on Mount Ordeals too is for Porum
Yeah.
to take a bit of damage.
No reason though.
Yeah. Well, maybe this one will.
Nope.
No. Come on. Be a pal? Nope.
Nope. Oh, I guess I just got to do this myself.
Yep. So yeah, since that didn't quite work out, Rivers is just going to burn a little bit of time here in order to attack Porum.
Yeah, she's fine. Don't
Yep.
worry about it. She has 4 more HP than she needs.
Yep, exactly.
And we're going to safety save for some reason.
Yep.
Okay. Done with that walk.
Yep.
Going to a mountain. Big wall of flames. Soon to be down.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty
Which is
long.
really just here to stop you from coming here until you've gotten the twins.
Yeah, and because we needed the greatest hacker of our generation, Palom, who's going to take down this firewall in just no time.
Well, in the Nuke glitch run, he does learn Python. I'll tell you that. So pretty long cutscene where we learn about some things going on with Golbez and puwexil.
And bowling.
Vonnie, do you have any words to say?
Oh my goodness, I have almost too many words to say here. Not really too many.
No
I would
such
love
thing.
to say more. So let me go ahead and get started. We have another donation from Kaylor. This is $20, and it says, Forky is enraptured.
Yeah.
We have a $75 donation from Moonblaze Wolf,
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Blues.
who says, hey, Rivers and Couch. Rivers, congratulations on closing out another incredible RPG limit break with the game that got me into speedrunning. I'm extremely grateful to all the work you have done over the years to keep this game in the speedrunning spotlight. Good luck, have fun, and kick Zeromus's butt.
Who? Anyways.
Thank
We
you so
have-
much, Moon.
We have a $24 donation from Lisa Rocks, and it simply says, 24.
Honey?
And we have a $250 donation. This one is from Ground Flyer.
Nice.
And it says, year after year, RPG Limit Break produces such a riveting, amazing marathon and supports an incredible charity in NAMI. I have nothing but thanks for all of you, the players, the folks behind the scenes, and everyone watching. Keep being fabulous, people. P.S. FF4, best FF, don't at me.
Thank you,
Whoa.
Brown. Can I cut off Puwexil and Netara? Can you guys explain the mimic glitch?
Oh my God.
Sure.
In a hurry.
Can we?
Yes.
Okay. You go.
Okay, so we just got the twins right now, and the twins' kind of primary unique skill is called Twin, or Twin Cast in
Yep.
later versions of the game, where they kind of join forces to activate their Wonder Twin powers and then cast one of two kind of overpowered spells for this point in the game, either Flare or Comet, which are kind of weaker versions of Nuke and Meteo. And then kind of a property, too, is that when you select the twin command in battle with one of them, the game will automatically cause the other twin to also use the twin command, because they're kind of both using their power to cast a spell together. But in the Super Nintendo version of FF4, there's and more specifically on the 1.0 version of Super Nintendo Final Fantasy IV, there's a pretty wild glitch we can do with the twins and their twin cast ability. And we're going to be using that on the two phases of Mylon, the Fiend of Earth, which is the boss here guarding the place where Cecil becomes a paladin, and that's why Rivers picked up that carrot much earlier in the game, and also why he moved his inventory trash can up to the top.
Yeah.
So
what happens here is the game, whichever twin you start twin cast with, the other twin gets put into a mimic status. So we're going to take advantage of that. By default, the game is going to mimic the other twin. But we can do some shenanigans with that and convince them that, no, actually, you don't want to copy that other twin. You want to copy someone else. Also, did you know all of the items in the inventory just happen to share a spot in memory with some of the spells in the game? No reason. Sure,
Yeah.
it won't matter.
So a very important part of the setup for the Mimic glitch is actually to kill off one of the twins at kind of a very specific point in the fight in order to kind of set up putting the other one into a glitched state where they're going to be mimicking other actions besides twin cast. So that was why it was important for Porum to take damage, that she'd be low enough that she would die to a lit 1 spell. And yeah, so when we're fighting Mylon here, we're kind of using the fact that the zombies are undead. Like that cure 2, I believe, is the Mimic glitch right there, where instead of mimicking the twin cast, Palom is actually mimicking the item command from Cecil. And that may sound kind of silly as far as why don't you just go into the inventory and use the potion normally? Well, you're about to see why exactly, because we're now assuming Tella doesn't miss, we get to make Mylon eat his veggies.
Yeah, so what we did is we set it up that Cecil had to use an item. He kind of used an item, pointed it at a Mylon, and then backed out of that and instead switched that item with the item we wanted to toss, which in this case was Carrot. That shares the spot, I believe, with Fire 3.
Fire 3.
So by tossing that carrot, the game went, oh, you just threw a Fire 3 at this boss who is weak to fire. And so that's why you get thousands of damage.
Yeah. And in addition to one-shotting Mylon, we also skipped, oh, my body.
Oh, my body.
Yep. So, all right, so then we're not done yet, too. So Rivers healed up and adjusted his party formation a bit in order to be able to do the Mimic glitch again on Mylon Z. This one is fortunately both easier to pull off and saves more time than the Carrot glitch. So for this one, we're having Palom cast Ice 2 on Porum just because of sibling rivalry and all. And then that's again to put Palom into a glitched state where he's going to be mimicking Cecil using the item command.
Yep. She starts using it. She's like, hey, I'm casting Twin. Get ready, Palom. And then she dies. So Palom's like, what am I waiting for?
Yeah, and then kind of the last piece of the equation is to incapacitate Cecil, either by killing him or casting Stop on him.
Yeah, but we've used up our carrot. So instead, did you know the trash can is really helpful and also conveniently shares a spot with the wonderful spell, Holy.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Very clean Mimic glitching.
Wow, I love it.
Yeah. And I don't think we've really called attention to inventory management yet, too. So the normal item menu in this game is very slow to open and to shift stuff around in. But because in all 3 of the Final Fantasy games on Super Nintendo, you can actually change the weapon and shields for characters in the middle of battle. And because that mechanic exists, you can also use it to rearrange stuff in your inventory. And in Final Fantasy IV, your inventory is pretty limited. I want to say 48 slots or so.
Definitely not many.
Yeah, and again, because moving stuff around is slow, going to shops to sell stuff we don't need anymore is slow, with really tight routing, and then moving kind of trash items to the bottom of our inventory, we're able to manage it so that, 1, we never actually need to worry about filling up completely, and then 2, items that we need in the near future are close to the top and easily accessible.
I say this every marathon, but I've done carrot and trash can successfully in every marathon, and I retire.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're going to see a lot more of that inventory management because it never stops being important. But now we've come to the top of this mountain, and there's a voice who's like, hey, Cecil, maybe don't be bad anymore. Do you want to be good instead? And he's like, all right. So he gets given a holy sword. Now, usually, the point of this battle is we're supposed to sit here and go, violence isn't the solution. Well, the people who changed this game for the U.S. audiences said, but what if Dark Knight Cecil only had 1,200 HP? And we went, but we have dancing daggers. So with between 3 hits if we're lucky, 5 if we're really unlucky, we can just straight up kill Dark Knight Cecil and skip all of that long text. We don't have time for that.
I've seen 5 happen like 3 times in my life.
Yeah, I've seen
I've gotten it at least once. So,
oh, I have too.
Yeah, it's a very sad feeling.
You're infinitely sad because you're really cutting it close to starting to get text boxes then and don't want it.
All right, we traded in one bad character for a second bad character. Excellent.
That's time on Paladin %, right?
Yep.
Better than I did earlier.
We did it.
Can I jump in with a very appropriately timed donation comment here?
Absolutely.
We have $20 from Leggy Starscream, who says, have you heard of the critically acclaimed RPG Final Fantasy IV with an expanded speedrun which you can fight through all of the Blue Planet's bosses?
What? All of them?
I sure hope you have. And donation goes to making sure it happens. Good luck to Rivers, and just remember, Justice is not the only right in this world. Someday you will see.
Thank you so much,
We just
Leggy.
skipped that.
Well, that's why we had the donation comment then.
It's true.
DLC.
Oh, after years. I love that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, so as part of becoming the paladin, by the way, too, Cecil gets some kind of cryptic words from a mysterious voice that calls him his son, and along with kind of giving him the last of his power.
So now that Cecil is a paladin, his equipment has totally changed. He can equip different things. He's no longer limited to the 3, count to them, 3 Dark Knight swords in the game. He can actually get good things now. And not only, well, better things. So he has 600 HP now, and he's actually at level 1. So even though we're not going to be taking any fights now, it's not going to matter so much later game, but he's going to get some levels pretty quickly at the start.
Yeah, it's the shame.
Yeah, and as part of becoming the paladin too, Cecil learns the ability to use white magic. Not really too useful because his magic stat's really bad, but more importantly, he gains the cover mechanic too, which we will be making pretty extensive use of, where he can take hits in place of either party members in critical health or that you use the cover command from the menu on.
But it kind of explains sassing on Cecil. Everything in the game, agility-wise, revolves off of him. His speed. So the slower he is, the faster your characters are, which makes it very expedient for speedruns to hurt Cecil, keep him low level. In fact, to the point where I'm actually going to kill him in some fights on purpose.
Yep.
Yeah, this was the first Final Fantasy game, or really any game by Squaresoft at the time, to use the active time battle system. So it has some pretty interesting quirks compared to latter Final Fantasies.
Also, hey, did you know there was a Chocobo Forest right here? Because let me tell you, when I was playing this casually as a child, I did not.
Yeah, and then when we're on any kind of vehicle in the game, by the way, too, there's no encounters, and then it doesn't matter on the step route, too. So like the hovercraft.
Was it good, Netara?
It was perfect.
Yeah, the Chocobo, later the airship.
Yeah, I
the
need my red bars.
Yeah.
Oh, hug.
Yeah, we're referring to a different category, much glitchier, where the side of the screen that Chocobo leaves, incredibly important. But not used here.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, folks, if you want to get much glitchier, I want to let you know we have just surpassed $3,000 for that optional boss fight. So if you want to get there, it's just 2,000 more. We need 5,000 total to get there.
That's terrific. Vonnie, I also want you to note that the cutoff for some more names is coming up very shortly here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I'll have those to you shortly. Can I fire off some donations here?
Please go ahead.
Excellent. We got a $5 donation from RP Priya that says, "This is my martial art friend's favorite Final Fantasy game. I miss her. Miss you, Azul. Been a great week here at Limit Break. Let's get to 80K.
Thanks, Priya.
We have a $40 donation from some Diener that says, "Pledged 40 during my Dragon Warrior 4 run. Thanks, Bon Malmo guy." We've got $100 from Quistacular that says, "In honor of folks who used to die to Water Hag."
RIP Catastrophic 4.
We've got another $100 donation from Demon Fire that asks the very important question, why do they call it Final Fantasy when you final in the cold fantasy, final out?
No, who did this? Who did this?
Okay, you know what I mean. We got another donation from some Diener. This one is for $24, and it simply says, 24.
Octopus royalty.
We got a $25 donation. This one is from Prolara247, and it says, "Let's see all these bosses. Are they Agamas from Belmont?" Let's see here. We got a $25 donation from Swimmy Leone.
Nice.
Who says, it seems like only yesterday that I had an infant and was speedrunning Final Fantasy IV at RPG Limit Break. Sort of.
Yeah. Those extra steps, by the way, not accidental. Those are part of the step route.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Lemmy.
Okay.
All right, so we've got a kind of a mini boss fight, I guess you could call it here, with these two guards, which have very low HP, so they're going to be disposed of pretty quickly with dancing daggers, along with a little inventory manipulation too.
Yeah, we are kind of still hoping they're going to hit our two twins here
See ya, nerd.
because that would help us a bunch. And immediately after this fight, we are going to go just automatically into another fight. Yang's having a bit of a bad day, and so he's like, I don't know who you are, but I've been told to stop you. Good thing for us, though. After his second kick, he can just be taken out by a singular regular hit from Cecil.
Yeah.
There's no point in doing any damage.
You
to
don't
him.
even have to actually hit to.
Yeah.
The shockwave from him missing with the dagger can still knock Yang back to his senses.
Yeah, absolutely.
One little bit of lore about this fight, too, is that there's actually supposed to be dialogue between Cecil and Yang, but they kind of screwed up and made it so that Dark Knight Cecil would have to be in the party to trigger the dialogue, which is not possible. So we basically find out that Yang was hypnotized by Golbez, kind of like we now know Kane is too, as far as why Kane seemingly betrayed us. So yeah, Yang rejoins us, then gives us a key to sneak into Baron to go try to.
Well, he
try to
hasn't
find
given us the
Golbez.
key yet, but when he does in a moment, take a look at it. Have any of you seen Aladdin? Remember Jafar, his little staff? Look at the key symbol. I'm just saying. But in the meantime, I think we have time for some more donations.
I want to finish up that donation
Yes,
comment from
please.
Swimmingly
Of course.
On.
Please.
I'll start over, actually.
Telling you.
Says, it seems like only yesterday that I had an infant that was speedrunning, and was speedrunning Final Fantasy IV at RPG Limit Break, sort of. For those that met her back then, you know she didn't talk very much. I'm happy to say she's outgrown that shy phase and is now the most outgoing kid ever.
Aw.
She also pretends to be a dog at almost all times. But she asks permission first.
Aw.
Kids are amazing. I hope you enjoy being a father, Rivers.
Yeah.
This goes to the optional bosses. Cheers, FF4 friends.
Yeah. So, fortunately, Golbez saw fit to slide some snacks under the locked door to this shop to feed the merchants here. So we used the key to get in here. I mean, the door's locked basically, so you can't just buy this overpowered stuff at the beginning of the game.
I need some names, actually. Let me interrupt you. Bonnie, can I get some names for, let's start with Palom.
Palom is going to be Bort. B-O-R-T with a capital B.
Bort?
Excuse me, my son
Bort.
is also named Bort.
Plenty of license plates. How about Porum?
Porum is going to be Echo, capital E-C-H-O.
All right. And how about Tella?
Tella is going to be Anadad, capital A-N-A, capital D-A-D.
We love Anadad.
Anadad. And finally, our big hitter Yang.
Our big hitter Yang is going to be Crumps with a capital C.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much to everybody who donated for those names.
Really appreciate it.
All right, so
Okay.
good, another dungeon coming up here, the watery path, or I'm sorry, the Baron waterway or sewers, basically, that we use to sneak into Baron Castle. Because if we try to go in the front door that we came out, there's guards there that don't recognize us because they're under Golbez's hypnosis, and we're taking this secret entrance to get in.
Yep.
Big fish season.
It is. Lots of secret passages here, but again, we know the fastest, most direct route, so not really a problem. Unless we get things like this.
Yeah,
Please?
we get some crocodiles
Yeah.
thanks to the text limit.
Any enemy in this game that has a chain attack is always very annoying to run away from, and those crocodiles and alligators both have them. So sometimes you'll get into an encounter that's just normal, and they'll still be able to attack you.
Well, that sounds like a good time for donations, yes?
Yeah,
Oh,
one
yeah.
or two, and then we've got a menuing segment to explain.
Okay.
So go for it.
All right. Well, I've got two that kind of pair up. We've got a $20 donation from Yelsrake,
Nice.
who says, boop, boop. Much love to the all-star crew, Rivers, Puwexil, Aexoden, Netara, and the dulcet tones of my FF4 teacher, Vani, too. Hashtag Yang was pushed.
You know, he knows.
Yep.
And then we've got a $15 donation from Demon RHK that says, hashtag Cecil did nothing wrong.
Hey,
Fair.
you guys have got to settle it in the donation comments, I
Yep.
guess.
Yes,
True.
please do.
He didn't say Cecil didn't push him.
He just said he did nothing. Yeah, good point. He just did nothing wrong.
All right,
no.
so we've got a menuing segment right here, but more importantly, we've got 2 new glitches to explain too.
I love glitches.
Yeah, so this is the back row glitch here. This game was very well tested before it came out, and if you ever equip a weapon that does full damage from the back row, you will ignore damage from the back row forever.
Yep.
So, yeah, that was why Rivers took the bow off of Rosa just to set up the back row glitch on Cecil. Now we're doing the magic underflow glitch. Notice how Tella now has box corner 06
Boomerang
MP.
6, my favorite
So-
amount of MP.
So he did that by using up most of Tella's MP to cast Cure 4, and then was basically kind of tricking the game into letting him cast it again by because the game lets you rearrange the position of the spells in the list, and by kind of trying to rearrange spells with casting on the same frame, you can cast a spell you don't actually have the MP for, and that underflows Tella's MP so that he now has effectively unlimited MP, way more than the game UI can actually display. But the drawback to that is that Tella cannot cast MP outside of battle right now, only within battle.
Yeah, and as soon as you heal that MP at all, then it's undone. You can redo it again, but if you get a free heal and then go into battle, it's not going to be there, and that particular point is going to be relevant a little later. But not here.
Hey, Medio, yeah.
Best,
Very nice.
it's top spell.
Yeah, it's the forbidden. Yeah, so anyway, Medio is the ultimate black spell in
Yep.
the story of FF4, and Tella learns it on Mount Ordeals. It's kind of why he was going there, looking for the ultimate spell, and it's given to him for story purposes, basically. Like, Tella only has 90 MP, and Medio costs 99, so he's never actually supposed to be casting it, but it's technically in his list. So if you glitch out his MP like we did just there, you can actually cast Medio and then one-shot Bagan, who's kind of an obnoxious boss otherwise because his arms count as separate targets. Although I am a fan of him in the 3D remix of the game, though, because he does this cool wiggly dance with his arms
And the
when you
snake
fight
arms
him, too.
themselves, they look so great.
The developers clearly intended you to be able to cast Meteor there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
If they
it was
didn't want you
intended.
to, they wouldn't have put it in your magic menu. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. But also, you'd think now, hey, you're going to use Medio for every battle now. No, Medio's still really slow, especially when cast by Tella. It's really good in certain circumstances, but unless it's the best choice, which it often is not, we're going to do other things, such as in this upcoming battle.
So this is Kainazo, who's the second of Golbez's 4 elemental fiends. Kainazo is really the easiest of the 4 by a fair bit, even casually, and that's largely due to the changes that were made to enemy stats in the US release of this game, because Kainazo lost about 1,300 health in the conversion to FF2 US, and that... Nice. That brings him low enough that as long as Tella has a fairly good rod equipped, in this case the Change Rod, and then Cecil and Yang add a little bit to, you can take him out in one full turn.
Unless Tella low rolls, which is possible, but thankfully did not happen here.
Yeah. And I guess another thing we can talk about, too, before passing it back over to Vani, too, is that Rivers actually killed off Palom and Porum intentionally during the Baigan fight, and that's because of a speedrun routing technique that we call experience funneling, because unlike actually a lot of other Final Fantasy games, you do get experience from bosses in this game, and quite a bit of it, too. Yep. And just because we're going fast, and we don't want to ever have to really grind for levels unless we absolutely have to,
we will have to.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're abusing the fact that when you win a fight, all of the experience from all the enemies is pooled together and then divided up among the number of living characters at the end of the fight. So Palom and Porum, unfortunately, are leaving us right now. And
Don't worry, they'll be back for the Nuke glitch instance.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, something else that goes along with that, though, is we're not just giving that as splitting up that experience pool with the characters we have. There's also a shadow party of characters, and we're trying to route experience pretty particularly to make sure certain of those characters are leveled up, even though they're not with us right now.
Yeah, because Kane and Rosa are benefiting from that.
As well as Rydia, yes.
Right
As well as
now,
Rydia, yeah.
So yeah, since we were more effectively done with actually using Palom and Porum after Mount Ordeals, we didn't want them to suck up any more experience after that.
Echo!
Are we just echoing Bort then?
Yes.
Bort!
We are out of Bort license plates in the gift shop.
For now.
But we do have statues of him if you want. Anyway, Vonnie,
yes.
dulcet tones,
Yeah,
please.
we do also have donations. That is for sure. We have a $106 donation from Wells that says, if you level Edward up to the 70s, he becomes useful.
He gets really quite good then.
So,
I can't deny it.
so we need to discover some kind of grind your Edward strat eventually. I guess.
Indeed.
the singlitch.
The Singlish, yeah.
We have a $24 donation from Lisa Rocks that says, #thieves.
Hashtag thieves.
We have a $25 donation from LLK.
Hello,
Nice.
our amazing artist.
Yep.
And they say, hey everyone, did you know that if you subscribe to RPG Limit Break, you'll get not one, but 2 Whalelord emotes you could spam once the Final Fantasy heroes rise on the lunar whale. Just saying, folks.
You can also get RPG Dead and RPG Crystal, which are from this very video game.
Indeed.
too.
Absolutely, and they're all really good emotes anyways. And all of that, those bits and subs go towards supporting this event.
Yep.
Money goes towards fighting all optional bosses on Earth, which coincidentally is also my personal goal in real life.
Thanks, LLK. All right, so we are we got reunited with Sid, who is one of Cecil's friends from Baron, and he is giving us an airship called the Enterprise for free.
Yeah?
You think anybody would ever use that name as like a game or anything?
That's way too cheesy.
That's totally unique.
Yeah. All right, so as soon as we get the Enterprise, we bust out of the castle, and then kind of immediately the Red Wings, who I guess have left Baron at this point and are lurking elsewhere, catch up to us. But instead of fighting like they did with the other castles they raided, they actually want to negotiate. So Kane, who's still hypnotized by Golbez, kind of wants. This was also alluded to during a kind of a meanwhile cutscene earlier that Golbez is going to try to use Cecil to get the Earth Crystal, the last one, because it's in a spooky cave that he doesn't want to go into. It's guarded by a magnetic field. So he basically kind of offers to give us Rosa back if we give him the Earth Crystal.
Probably because Zeramus is there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the Cave Magnes, the next dungeon, has some pretty sinister significance to it that we'll be seeing in the Nuke Lit showcase.
Oh my god.
Nice! MLG landing.
Love it.
Yeah, that's what we call landing the airship on the one and only one tile you can land it on there without having to do what usually happens, which is where you overshoot it and then have to kind of wiggle it around a little bit to actually line it up.
First try.
Rivers is watching the movement of the frogs and the old lady there to try to manipulate the location of the black chocobo in the upcoming forest.
Because let me tell you, trying to get that without the manipulation, it can be fun sometimes.
Yes. All right, so we find out that Edward, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, survived the attack by Leviathan.
Rude. That's Forky for you.
Yeah, and kind of washed ashore near this place, and is still hurt pretty badly and being nursed back to health by the people here. And he's too hurt to actually join us again, but he gives us an item called the Twin Harp in order to kind of be able to support us from afar. So, and it's very, very important that we get this before heading to Cave Magnes. So, remember, like Netara said earlier, if we heal Tella's MP, that brings him out of that MP underfloat state, and that has to happen in order to be able to cast spells out of battle, like Exit there, which saves a bunch of time.
And steps.
Yep.
Yeah, we definitely, it's the main reason we tend to leave that state, especially because it's so easy to get back into again.
All right, so we're heading up here to the Chocobo Forest. And by the way, public service announcement, if you've never actually seen a zoomed-out map of this Chocobo Forest here, I highly recommend it, because it literally is a Chocobo.
Yeah.
It's from Sim City, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. Surprise!
So now we have the unenviable task of trying to actually catch a black Chocobo, which can fly, because the airship won't let us go directly to Cave Magnes. Nice.
Easy every time.
We have to get a black Chocobo, which can land on forests in order to go to the part of the world where Cave Magnes is. And then, like we mentioned a bit ago, Cave Magnes has a magnetic field in it, and what that means for the game is that any character that has any kind of pieces of equipment on that are considered metallic are permanently paralyzed. And if your entire party is metallic, really, really bad things happen.
Yeah, so right now, everyone except for Sid is wearing metallic items. So it's only because of Sid that we can even run from battles. So generally speaking, we're fine. We're going to run from battles. Unless we get some cursed things and we're totally fine.
Big bad.
Big bad.
Big bad.
Times
Big
3.
bad, get the bad back attack, which can be a little bad.
Yeah, and as you can probably see from the animations, this is more one of the slowest encounters in the whole game for getting back attacked by.
Not fun.
Can I jump in with yet another perfectly timed donation?
Yes.
We've got $25 from Big Fung Balls, who says, I can't believe after all these years that I've watched Rivers grow up from FF4 newbie in the Discord that I used to give a bunch of crap to the FF4 guy, and now main eventing RPGLB. I'm very proud of you, my son, and I'm glad my absolute guidance could bring you this far.
It's all because of Bick.
Thank you, Bick.
Thanks, Bick.
You should be good to keep going for a little bit.
Yeah, and that little pop into the save cave there was for step route purposes, because most rooms that have save points in this game do not actually have random battles in them, but steps you take in them will advance the step counter that determines where random battles are.
Okay,
Yep.
we've got $100 from Fraudnjaber, who says, Sand Lion forever. We have $25 from Wordman24, who says, oh yeah, Cecil totally pushed Yang off the ship.
Totally.
Bear in mind, he's still wearing his Dark Knight armor, and a little bit of his aura may have influenced that action, so cut him some slack.
No.
Good luck, Rivers, and keep on keeping on.
Thank you.
We've got $100 from Konban Meow,
Nice.
who says, so glad to have been here for my first in-person RPG limit break, and grateful to have met so many awesome folks from the FF4 speedrunning crew. Thanks to them, the tech crew, all the attendees, and the staff for making this a wonderful experience like Rivers is experiencing right
I
now.
love the faces on these ogres, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, Rivers, on the run, and may all your chocobos be good. Oh, wait, wrong category.
Wrong category. Yeah.
And we have a $300 donation.
Nice.
And this one is from Bahamut X, who says, Final Fantasy IV will forever be very special to me. It was my first RPG, and I can say it was also what made me fall in love with video game music. FF4 is also what got me into speedrunning via Free Enterprise, and I've met so many amazing people. Good luck on your run, Rivers.
Oh my God, why did
Thank
we
you,
just
Bahamut.
die?
Yeah.
Oh, over.
Yep.
Sorry.
GG. All right,
Yeah,
so
sorry,
like
Tech, we're going to need time. No.
Yeah. So yeah, like we said earlier, yeah, again, having metallic items on paralyzes you, and if your whole party is paralyzed, it counts as a game over. But
Yeah.
for the first fight with the Dark Elf, you're intended to lose, to kind of show that without metallic equipment, you can't actually hurt the Dark Elf. But if you just let it play out normally, you get the delicious text of "me attack you," followed by a bunch of spell animations. But if you enter the fight with all metallic equipment, you'll skip all that.
It's great.
But fortunately, Edward just so happens to know a little ditty on his harp to break curses of evil fairies, and he plays that through the twin harp in order to kind of break the curse and let us equip our swords.
Yeah, Dark Elf really hates music of any kind,
Nasty
especially
music, if you will.
Yeah, especially this ditty. So that's going to help us out a lot and give us a chance to go into the menu if we needed to.
Mm-hmm. All right, so very important run buffer right at the start here in order to, because Dark Elf is weak against the Holy Element, which Cecil's Legend Sword counts as. So Cecil is, for the first time as a paladin, going to be kind of our main damage dealer against a boss.
And again, he is back row glitched, so he will take less damage in that back row, but still do full damage attacking.
So that whack with the hammer was Sid's kind of one and only contribution to the run too. We're killing him off for experience funneling.
We don't like that.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. Because Dark Elf is the first boss in the game to actually have two phases within the same fight. Me change! But fortunately, the second phase doesn't have full kind of boss status immunity, so we can use the weak spell to reduce it to 1 HP and then any kind of attack to kill it. But before we do that, though, Rivers is going to be killing off Cecil as part of his experience routing. Like you mentioned a bit ago, enemy agility stats in this game are all scaled relative to Cecil's. So for the most part, he's going to be trying to keep Cecil as low as possible. on top of giving more experience to characters that need it in the near future.
Yeah, so when Dark Elf also changes form, Dark Elf loses the boss bit. So we can just, or any of the status protection bits. So we can just go, hey, I hear you don't like weak, and bring him down into single-digit HP.
Yeah, what I find most fascinating about that, too, is that even though that kind of feels like an oversight by the developers, it's in every other version of this game, too.
Yeah.
It's a rite of passage to not pick up the Earth Crystal.
Yes. Everybody does it once and only once, typically, to exit out without grabbing that crystal, and then you are very sad when you get back to Troya.
Run over, otherwise you have to walk all the way back.
So we're going to be, now that we have the Earth Crystal, we're exiting out and heading back to Troya, and I guess while we're getting some telepathic messages from Golbez and Kane about our next objective, we could probably squeeze in a few donations or other plugs.
Oh, we sure can. Let's see here. We've got a $10 donation from Creative Ellie that says, "Oh, my body." Good luck with the Run Rivers finale. Hype! Hype! We've got a $25 donation from Mechalink that says, "Beer deep, beer deep, beer deep, beer deep." We've got a $50 donation from Raptor and Storm that says, "Good luck, Rivers from video games. Make sure our girl Rydia wins the bid for #free Cecil." We've got a $150 donation from Gilgamesh that says, "As this is my last donation for this event, I'd like to give a shout out to the entire RPGLB staff, the runners, and everyone who watched and donated to make this event the awesome one it always is. That being said, this is the most vanilla free enterprise seed I've ever seen." I mean, seriously, is this even random?
We knew someone was gonna.
Yes,
There
this
it
is
is.
very random, by the way.
Yeah.
We got $25 from Logie Kyle, who says, "One of my all-time favorite RPGs. I have only been a fan of RPG speedruns for less than a year. You guys are all great to help raise money for a great cause. Thank you." We have a $75 donation from Penguinator, who says, "Grind your Palom and Rosa."
Thanks, Bird.
We've got a $50 donation from Wells that say, "Did you say Lunar Waylord?"
The most powerful of Waylords.
We've got a $25 donation from Darth Plagle, who says, "Justice for Elvin." We've got a $24 donation from Benny Omega, who says, "Can you believe this event is almost over? I can tell this run won't go until the Dark Night. Hopefully these puns don't go over your Edward. And as we rose a money for Nami, #Yang was pushed."
Definitely.
All right,
And-
so we've got the
okay.
Tower of Zot here. This we can probably go back to a few more donations after we're done with this floor here. But this is where the fact that we were kind of underleveled at this point relative to what the game expects is kind of starting to hurt us a bit
Yeah.
in subtle ways, and that is the way the game calculates the odds for like ambushes and back attacks, because that's all kind of based on relative levels between your party and the enemies. So right here, the ambush rate's pretty high. So then right here, we're doing this optional trap chest here to fighting this flame dog to get a nice sword for Cecil and later Kane called the Flame Sword, and then we're also killing off Yang here as part of the overall experience routing.
Yeah, it might only affect it a little in this fight, but every little bit counts.
Every
here.
point matters, because
It really
I think
does.
the route Rivers is using here, he's like 60 experience points away from. I think it's Cecil being the level that he wants him to be at a very important part of the route.
Yeah. Absolutely. So what we did is we initiated another item duplication glitch there, except we only kind of did what's called a half dupe there. You'll see we just turned one fire sword into two fire swords because we're actually going to use these swords. There's some bosses coming up which are weak against them, and we're going to have two characters that can equip them. So why have one when you can have two?
2 for 1.
Yep,
Bogle.
love it.
Got a nice little dessert platter there, but yeah, I guess we can probably have a few more words for Vani while we're getting past this next 2 floors here to get to the first
No,
boss.
don't. Every time he speaks, I get back attacked.
All righty.
You'll have to risk it.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
I've been preparing myself for this next one. This is a $100 donation, and it's from Drumbo, 9th in place, 1st in heart. Hey, a puwexil with a lowercase p, Netara, Rivers, Aexoden, and Vani, too. Another year, another limit break. My favorite marathon of the year. All right, now this is where I channel my inner drum boardist. Okay, y'all ready?
We're ready.
I'm ready.
Did you know the Legends of Localization book doesn't tell the whole story? story behind Golbez aka Golbeza, the naming nomenclature doesn't add up for a venomous insect, and I feel like that's odd how the DS remake doubled down and referred to him as such. In the first edition of the D&D Monster Manual, one of the most dangerous demons was a Galbrezu, a giant-sized demon clad in black with a horned head. Furthermore, it practically never fight its own abilities, and instead would tempt victims with the lure of power and health, and then trick them into fighting other battles for them. In the event they didn't have lackeys at the time the fight occurred, they would summon lesser demons, summon draconic-shaped creatures to do their bidding, to suddenly attempt to cloud their vision or paralyze them before fleeing. Furthermore, they famously tried to avoid appearing in person and would communicate via telepathy over the people that attempted to decide. Oh, gee, I wonder what that sounds like. And it's not like Final Fantasy series was adverse to taking characters from the D&D Monster Manual and manipulating their games. Let's go Limit Break. Let's go Final Fantasy IV. If there's any donation incentives left, I'll leave them up to Vonnie. Well, I feel like I've earned it, yeah?
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. All right, so this is the Mega Sisters, probably the hardest boss in the game for me as a kid playing this because they their gimmick basically is that one of them will cast Wall in the middle, and then they'll cast tier 3 spells to bounce off of that. And one of the reasons that's nasty is that you can't use most of the normal spells on there because she has a wall. But fortunately, the Meteor spell ignores walls. And again, we're not supposed to be able to cast that because it's really just there for story purposes. But
we're not supposed to have any of the spells right now which can ignore wall. And Meteor, one of the best. So any multi-target spell's going to bounce back. And if you don't kill the sisters in the correct order, they're going to start reviving each other. And guess which one does the reviving? Yep. You guessed it, the middle one.
Yep, the one with the walls.
Yeah, but easy peasy.
Yep, my childhood avenged once again.
We did it.
Yeah.
Now, you may not know this, but Anna Dad has a 3 Meteors and you're out policy.
I don't believe it. He's got another one. Okay, I think, Vonnie, you got a little bit of time.
You got some time, Vonnie.
Alrighty, well, I can fill that with some more donations. Let's see here. We got a $100.54 donation from Sharky that says, "Hey Rivers, or can I call you River Cake? This is Dikembe Mutombo, the NBA Hall of Famer, coming all the way here trying to congratulate you for winning the RPG Limit Break. It must be a big thing for you, even though it's a video game competition. But for you, making it to the finals means a lot. My hat to you. Wish you all the best success. Keep playing that game. Continue to dominate. If anyone tries to push you out, just shake your finger. No, 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 not today." This message was bought by Sharky.
Thank you, Sharky.
Thank you, Sharky.
Thanks for the unspoken energy send, too.
Can I keep going?
Yeah.
We have a $5 donation from Scratch Dragon that says, "Can I interest you in the value of Cave Bahamut? Maybe about how Dark Elf is the true hero of the story. Good luck with the run."
Hey, if you want to see Cave Bahamut, we got to meet those all bosses.
How are we
incentive.
doing on that all bosses on Earth incentive, by the way?
I will let you know. We currently have $3,422. We need 5,000 total. So
yeah, and there's more in the works too. After that's met, by the way.
There's 1,500 and change still left there. So we got to make up that ground. We've got a $10 donation from Sheep Launcher that says, "I'm glad to have you with us. Go Rivers, and I hope you don't get Ogo in the Giant."
I think I'll get Ogo in his vanilla spot, actually.
I'm thinking so.
I don't think so. There's no way.
It's trending that way. We have a $75 donation from Ebo who says, "Shout out to Whale Lord, you're a real one." We have $25 from Miria, who says 25 meows toward all bosses on Earth.
Meow.
And inside of Earth, too, I guess.
We can.
We have a $25 donation from Sunny that says, "Me donate." And we have a $15 donation from Demarine, who says, "I want to go to the moon, Rivers. Rivers, the moon, with the bosses on the moon."
Moon's haunted.
Yeah. All right, so then story-wise, we catch up to Golbez and give him the crystal, but then he just says, "Rosa, who's that?" Or puwexil, who's that? And Tella, kind of still pretty hot-headed and eager to avenge his daughter Anna, kind of casts the Meteor spell, kind of using his life force to replace the magic points that he
Does
totally has. But that unfortunately doesn't actually defeat Golbez permanently, but it does break his hypnosis power over Kane. So Kane kind of back to his senses, leads us to the top floor and rescues Rosa from the bowling ball of doom.
No. So actually, a localization thing in the Japanese version, that's not a bowling ball. That is like a sharp
It's a guillotine blade,
yeah.
basically.
And for
Getting
some
cozy.
reason, the localization team thought it would be less gruesome to be crushed by a giant ball than it would be to be attacked by a blade. It's up to you whether you agree with them or not. But
You know, if Golbez doesn't know what puwexil is, he should watch some RPG speedruns.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah. All right, so we are not done with the Tower of Zot, though. We have the third of the elemental fiends waiting for us when we try to leave, Valvalis, the Fiend of Wind. And this is one of the, really, I think, one of the coolest fights in the whole speedrun, actually, because Valvalis's mechanics are that every couple turns she tornadoes up, and while she's in her tornado form, physical attacks don't hit for the most part, and you're supposed to use Kane's jump ability to kind of break her out of her tornado form and do her normal form that's more susceptible to damage. And just because that follows kind of a predictable cycle, there's a really, really tight series of turns and other things in the fight in order to just perfectly line up every attack to get our most damaging attacks when they matter, and then also to have Kane land to break the tornado cycle when he needs to. By the way, make a donation, by the way, if you also saw this sprite as a kid and thought Valvalis had googly eyes on top instead of a woman's face.
Yeah, and another thing that's really important to note, that experience routing, it was particularly important for this fight. We needed Kane to be level 19 to affect the speed for him for this fight. If he was under or over, that drastically changes those incredibly tight timings for this fight.
Yeah, River's unfortunately getting some kind of rough luck, starting with Valvalis casting the weak spell on Cecil, because Cecil normally will cover characters that are in critical health automatically and take very little damage between the equipment he has and then being in the back row. But if Cecil is in critical health himself, he will not do that. So that was a really unfortunate start. But then, then we cast the slow spell twice, which is something I didn't know about until seeing speedruns of this game, that you can stack slows together in order to reduce Valvalis's ATB speed by a total of 50%, I believe.
Nitzy, jump!
Yep. So unfortunately, Rivers is kind of having to wing it a little bit at this point here because of Sid dying early and having to get brought back up.
There was nothing you could do. That was just a case of like really poor RNG. But again, you can still follow the flow of this battle. Not quite as sleek, but still going to have no problem with this. Just kind of managing all the characters.
Yeah, we may have to chuck a heal potion at Kane to keep him from getting petrified too, depending on how the fight goes.
Yeah, might be okay, but
we'll
weirdly, don't want our jumper to be unable to jump.
Because part of what makes the optimal strat for this fight so cool is that we beat her so fast that getting petrified just total non-issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And we even bought extra things for Cecil, so defensive-wise, he should have been okay. But
well, at least
it happens.
You're weakening the person who's already low.
Goodbye.
Nope.
I'm so sorry, puwexil. I tried.
Someone really wants a statue of me, I guess.
Cecil doing work there.
And then kind of a subtle bit of randomness to this fight, too, is how much damage Kane does with his jumps, too.
Yep.
When both in and out of tornado form, because you can actually do 0 damage landing from the jump. It still breaks.
Nice.
But all right, nice. Yeah, again, we were hoping for a little bit of a faster fight, but there was nothing Rivers could have done about that. Valvalis just
not pretty, but
just trolled him on the first turn, and he just kind of had to do his best as far as winging it from there.
Yeah, trying to balance those hits in amongst the jumps, because the jumps, while effective, are slower. So we do want to try and just get regular hits in there, but really good fight overall, especially with that start. Okay, so while we're doing a little more, doing some setup, learning some new spells, Vonnie, take us away.
I can do that. Alrighty. We have a $50 donation from Nerdly Wisdom that says, I'm co-chair for my company's mental health employee resource group.
Nice.
So I feel contractually obligated to donate less than $3. We have a $250 donation. Woo! This one is from Aizala, and it says, we may be approaching the limits of this marathon, but there's still time to break this RPG some more by meeting the all-optional bosses incentive.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of the staff and volunteers for putting this event on, and to the viewers at home as well. Now let me tell you where we're at here. We've got $3,952 of the $5,000 that we need for those optional bosses. We're almost just a little over $1,000 away. Also, we got another $24 donation here from Alice Rujasu, who says, this bid war between Rydia and Rosa has me on the edge of my seat. And now what's going on there is that's who's going to be leveled up for the to fight Zeramis at the end. In the lead right now is Rosa with $200. Right behind her is Rydia with $185. And Edge has $25. So
Doing so good.
So, but you know what? If you want to dump a bunch of money into Edge, get him back into the running, please go ahead.
Ronnie, can you tell me what name we're going to pick for Sid?
I sure can. That name is going to be Elven, all lowercase letters. E-L-V-E-N.
Yeah, we don't normally come into town here after leaving Baron. This is just something we're doing to rename
correct?
Sid.
Perfect, you got it.
Great.
This is our last opportunity to do so.
Yep.
And thankfully, this is one of the few naming ways that takes 0.
All right, so then story-wise, we've lost all 4 of the crystals to Golbez, who wants them for, I believe, just kind of unknown but surely sinister purposes at this point. But we do find out after Kane rejoins us that there are actually more crystals. There were the 4 crystals on the overworld, but there's also 4 dark crystals in the underworld, and well, that's gone.
Well, that's gone.
Well, that's gone.
Well,
But-
given our track records, maybe we should just stop trying to protect the crystals.
Yeah,
I
think Dark Elf is doing a great job.
yeah.
I think Golbez is doing a fabulous job.
So then, Kane gives, because Golbez apparently gives really important items to his hypnotized flunkies, like the Baron Key to Yang and then the Magma Key to Kane. Then we throw that into this well in order to open up the way to the underworld to go looking for the dark crystals.
Golbez really trusts that hypnosis.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's never failed him before.
Ever?
Well, I mean, once now, but that's not a pattern. I'm sure it's fine.
So once we go into the underworld for the first time, we're locked into this kind of this cutscene event here, where we get caught in the crossfire between the Red Wings, who somehow got into the underworld before us, despite the entrance being sealed somehow, and then these mysterious tanks, which you pretty quickly learn are piloted by the dwarves, who are the people that live in the underworld.
They're here to help us.
Yep. And
Or shoot us, when
yeah,
you
or
get in between.
shoot us down apparently.
Mhm.
So so then so after we conveniently crash right next to the dwarves' castle.
Gosh, I love it when I just conveniently crash next to the place I wanted to go anyways.
Yeah, and we can walk there in just like a few seconds.
Mhm.
All right, so then so we get thrust into our next series of boss fights pretty quickly after coming in here. So I guess we can start talking about the dolls first, just because there's kind of a lot that happens in a pretty quick period
There's
of time.
no dolls.
Hold on, am I going up and down the stairs 64 times now?
No, it's 63 times
yeah.
because the last time you do. when
right,
you're-
right,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
We'll explain that more later too,
Oh,
as far
wait.
as what the
Sorry.
what no 64 means on the layout right now. But yeah, this is right here. When we go talk to King Jayat of the dwarves, we very quickly convince him to let us into a secret room behind his throne where one of the dark crystals is. But something feels kind of off there with that boingy doll in the background there.
I mean, your dolls don't do that?
Neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, fair, Looks normal to me.
But yeah, those are the dolls of Luca, who's Jayat's daughter, basically, and then we kind of quickly find out that the dolls have been animated by evil power, presumably by Golbez, and then they attack us.
That's just rude.
When we talk about fights that are much harder In this version, we start here because the JP items are able to hourglass some of these dolls into stun, and also
Just kill half of them straight up, too.
yeah. So I mean, it would be very nice to have those. Instead, we have to do this fight.
Yeah. All right. So even though there's 4 dolls on the map here, there's actually 6 of them.
Yeah.
And there's 2 of each color. The orange ones in front have 300 hit points. The blue ones in back have 1,000. And this is meant to be actually a 2-phase fight, where once we've killed all of the dolls of the same color, on the next turn, the remaining doll, or doll, it doesn't matter how many there are, will actually all merge together into a big doll. And but fortunately, we can actually totally skip the second phase of the fight by basically kind of arranging it so that we have 1 of each color left, and then we kill them on the same turn.
Absolutely. And you're also going to notice here, Rivers queued up Rosa to cast Mute on the party. This isn't going to be anything for the dolls fight. However, immediately after this fight, we are going into another fight. And this is where we're going to get into the status ailment priority chart.
Yep.
So there are multiple status ailments in this game, but the programmers decided, how do we know which characters are going to get which ones? Like, which one trumps? And are we just going to give them all of them? And no, they're not. If you have certain status ailments which are higher on the priority list, you can't get any of the ones below it. And so in the next fight, our boss is going to try and paralyze the entire party. But guess what's above it in the priority list? You guessed it, Mute. So we're not going to be using magic, but we're also not going to be getting paralyzed. So that's going to be helping us out quite a bit with that fight.
All right, nice. Very good dolls
Really
fight.
good
Yeah.
dolls.
There's a lot of subtle RNG with this fight, too, as far as turn order and like how many of the dolls actually get attacks off. But yeah, like kind of self-explanatory, really. We kind of cleaned him up so that set up being able to kill the last 2 at the same time and skip the second phase.
Yeah, you can have 6 different ATB starts for that fight. That was the second best.
Nice. So we're even going to be doing some fancy things at the start. First thing we want to do is we want to get Kane queued up before the Golbez script starts going. And he needs to be up in the air because Golbez is going to start killing our party members. However, he's only going to kill the available party members. Kane, up in the air, unavailable. Cecil, plot protection. So while we have Golbez, if there's any inventory management we need to do, we take that time to do it because while each text box is up, we have to wait. So that's some time we can just kind of jump into the menu. Kane's going to be safe, and we're just kind of chilling here. And you, Nikos.
Yeah, so this is another fight where we're kind of using tricks in order to skip a lot of kind of intended dialogue and other stuff. Because, yeah, we have a mysterious dragon that was the first boss of the game showing up again to take out the Shadow Dragon.
So close to it, too.
Yep. Then,
nice. So we don't know who sent that dragon, but it doesn't matter because Golbez is defeated.
Yep, and if he'd have gotten luckier with the damage roll with Kane, he could have just beaten him flat out right there. But,
yeah.
But yeah, got to completely skip showing up and using a Japanese-only item to cure the paralysis that we didn't get.
Oh, hey!
Netara, thanks.
When did I get here?
Folks, can I jump in here with some breaking news?
Yes.
It is official. The optional Bosses on Earth incentive has been met.
Woo. So what does that mean for us?
So what that means is that all the optional bosses on Earth are going to be fought by the only riversmccown. But there's also something else going on here. We've opened up a new incentive now to fight Bahamut, okay? We need $2,000 in order to get that one. So just because we've hit this benchmark here for the bosses on Earth, still more work to do. So get those donations in to see him fight Bahamut.
Nice. I mean, Cave Bahamut? Anyone?
No value.
We're value, big value, $2,000 of value.
All right, so now we're having yet more fun here for using a glitch that only works in the Super Nintendo version of this game, which is because the warp spell normally just takes you back 1 floor of whatever area you're in, but the game didn't really update the floors properly when we came back in here after the Kalbrena and Golbez fights. So we used that to go back in there and get the dark crystal that the spooky scorpion hand took. Not really.
Yep.
And that's that doesn't really do anything right now, but that's actually set up for the biggest skip that's allowed in in this category.
Oh, but because you folks have been generous in your donations, while we are initially going to skip that area, we're going to have to go back.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we failed to save the crystal, at least as far as we think at this point.
We're really good at not saving crystals.
Yeah, we're not
great
really
at
good.
Top-notch stuff.
So I guess what's going on too is that we somehow know at this point, I guess through talking to the dwarves, that Golbez's base is a place called the Tower of Babil, which is in the underworld. Well, actually, in both the overworld and underworld, but the entrance to it's in the underworld. And Golbez is off looking for a place called the Sealed Cave to try to get the get the final crystal, and then this is kind of our opportunity to try to sneak into the Tower of Babil to try to get some of the crystals he's already stolen back.
I'm sure we'll succeed.
Yeah,
We've been so good at it.
Yeah, well, there's 4 overworld and 4 underworld. We can definitely save at least one.
Yeah, and then the walking route through the dwarf castle here is pretty
Yeah, that's why I was
too.
being pretty quiet, because there's a lot of different steps you have to avoid and/or take.
Yeah, because importantly, the cracked tiles and I believe the staircase tiles in the dwarf castle do not count on the step counter. So it looked like Rivers was doing a route where he was trying to hit as many of those no-step tiles as possible.
One of the early maps that myself 086 did for the step routes, when you got to the dwarf castle, it just showed a bunch of pictures of the different maps and was saying, "Welcome to No 64 step route."
Yeah, and in addition to the complexity too, you do have randomly moving NPCs in some of the rooms too that can be massive jerks.
No, not in this game. What are you talking about?
No, they've never blocked us. We haven't even named them.
Yeah. Maybe while we're walking right here, too, we can maybe just quick explain the rules set for this category, too, because we've talked about it a few times now, which is called any % no 64. And then 64 in that context refers to what's called the 64 door glitch, or 64 floor hierarchy glitch.
Yeah.
It's got a couple of different names.
Yeah.
And the reason that's important is that if we were doing a run that allowed that glitch, we would have already done it. Where just to kind of summarize it quickly, in the dwarf castle, if you go up and down stairs 64 times, that'll eventually overflow your floor counter, and then you'll go into kind of glitched out parts of the game's coding. And you can ultimately use that to skip the whole rest of the story at that point and both go to the final boss and gain a glitched out power to kill him instantly.
Yeah, apparently when you increment, when you both go up and downstairs but never decrement, magical things can happen.
Yeah. So any % no 64, I mean, it's not a glitchless or even really a no major glitches category. It just means no use of the 64 door glitch in order to skip really, really big parts of the game.
Like a third of the game.
And this is our main, long game category.
Yes.
Aexoden has a glitchless run. I think a couple other people were on that leaderboard, but not very many.
No. The glitches in this version are just so much fun, and especially now that there are so many other versions, which a lot of these glitches were either programmed out or just have simply never existed. They're the ones you want to play, generally speaking, if you want glitchless. This is where we come for our glitch bread and butter.
I think they should make a remake of this game. Has anybody ever thought of that before?
Egg! At least you weren't surprised. I don't think they'll ever make a remake of this game. Definitely not as one of our prizes either. We're talking about the Pixel remaster. Yeah. It's great.
We love eggs in speedruns, not only because they're delicious and also very funny because of the fact that they can ambush you. You never saw that coming. But they're also basically free fights if you did get ambushed or back attacked. Because
don't hit them.
Yeah, the egg will hatch into another kind of monster if you attack it. But if you don't, it'll just run away. It's a free run.
It's one of the few back attacks you can get that actually hits you now when you have the dwarf axe on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess we should probably talk about the dwarf axe, too. So something we've mentioned a couple of times in the run is that enemy agility stats in this game, or I should say enemy speed values for the active time battle system, are based on a system called relative agility, where it's all scaled based on Cecil's stats. And the dwarf axe it's a back row weapon that reduces agility by 5. So kind of the main functional reason why we're equipping that is actually to reduce Cecil's agility, which then will make certain types of enemies and bosses slower.
Yeah, as a casual player, you usually are not even going to notice that. You're going to go, oh, this weapon does more damage. I'm going to equip it. Cool. but it has a particular use, and that's that agility management in this particular category.
So we're almost at Dr. Luge, the series of bosses here, and we've got a bit of setup we need to do as far as getting Rydia geared up to actually use some offensive magic, getting Rosa, who had basically nothing on other than prisoner clothes, some real equipment, giving Kane a ring we picked up to boost his strength, and then finishing that duplication glitch we set up on the Dark Elf to give give Yang a cat claw, along with creating a lot more of them. Something that's really interesting about how Yang works is that his claw weapons actually do not increase his attack power traditionally. What they do is they increase his other stats instead. So the claws increase his strength stat and give him boosts in damage that way. And then the cat claw is more or less his ultimate weapon. So kind of the fact that Yang can equip 2 weapons is something we're using here too, because we have the Cat Claw for high stats, and then we have the Thunder Claw to do bonus damage against machine-type enemies, which we're fighting right here.
Yeah, he's going to be very useful in this fight for sure.
For once.
This is kind of his swan
He's
song,
been great
basically.
this run. How
True,
dare you?
he has.
But yeah, there are 2 phases in this fight, and both sides of them weak to lightning.
We get a lot of benefit out of the Dwarf Axe, too, as far as making Dr. Luge slower. So this is yet another fight where we're going to be kind of trying to short-circuit an intended gimmick. Because normally when you defeat either Dr. Luge or his robot, Belknap, the other one will do something. If you beat Luge first, Belknap will self-destruct and one-shot one of your party members, most likely. And if you beat Belknap first, then Luge will pilot him manually and then explode and one-shot one of your characters. But
we don't like either option.
We don't want that to happen, so we're going to try to take them both out together. And yeah, you're just seeing how much damage that Yang is unleashing there with the kind of that perfect setup between the 2 types of claws and then the strength ring.
Absolutely. And in getting Rydia back, apparently she went to the land of summoned monsters where time moves differently. So a child no longer. She is now much older and has different abilities. Her white magic, which we definitely used, is gone. But now she has some really cool summons, of which we're already starting to take advantage of, such as Titan, which gives us the beautiful Quake spell.
Yeah, and we stacked her up with stuff to raise her black magic skill stat before the fight, too.
Yeah.
All right, so then we've got the second phase of Dr. Luge where he mutates and do whatever this is supposed to be exactly. And and then this form of Dr. Luge also counts as a machine type monster and takes a lot of damage from Yang's current build. And we're also just the fact that we're doing a lot of damage quickly and then making him slower with the Dwarf Axe setup is getting around a pretty dangerous skill that Dr. Luge has called Laser, which it does damage scaled based on how much HP Luge himself has. Like at full health, it's like 1,000 damage or so, and then by the time he's actually using it here, it's doing 340, which is very low.
Yeah.
And we had Rosa dead for this part of the game here for a couple reasons, but we're picking her up right now here so that she actually gets some experience and also takes experience away from Cecil.
That's the important part, yeah.
Yep. And hey, we got a tower key.
Because again, when you win a fight, the game pools all the experience, then divides it up among the living characters, and that's something we micromanage very, very heavily.
I promise I am not trolling you. It's just slightly faster to not heal Yang and let the poison walk happen here.
Hey, at least we're walking at normal speed here. This is a lot harder to watch if you're playing some version of the game that lets you dash.
All right, well, I think I'll distract the viewers with some donations. How does that sound?
Love it.
Okay, very good. We got $25 from Taven that says, must stop her spin. Kane, donate. We got $100 from Lakey who says, let's get this incentive met. Come on, crew, we got this. Great job by all the runners, commentators, and crew during this event. It's been a blast being able to come home after long shifts at work and just watch people break my favorite games left and right for such a good cause. Can't wait to catch up on the VODs for the ones I missed because of that darn need for a paycheck. Good luck on the run, and may the RNG be ever in your favor. We have got a $20 donation here from Echo that says, RPGLB is ending on my birthday this year, and as someone who suffered from mental health problems of my own, I can think of no better cause to donate to. Reaching out for help changed my life so much for the better, and it's also allowed me to be in a position where I can help pay it forward a little at a time. To the runners and staff, everyone behind the scenes, and everyone watching, thank you all so much for making this event fantastic. Let's finish it out strong, less than 3.
Hardest fight in the game.
Yep.
We've got a $30 donation from Ampulux who says, thanks to all involved for another fantastic week of runs, putting this towards taking on those optional bosses. I'm going to pause here real quick to let you know you've already jumped on this Bahamut incentive here. We already got $456 towards it out of the 2,000. So great
Nice.
start, but we got to keep going. We've got a $100 donation here from Netara
Who?
that says, I hear that Rydia is pretty great. Good luck, Rivers. You've got this. We've got a $50 donation, from Scythe Marshall, who says, hey, Rivers, thanks for making heroin robes tier 5. Looking forward to the hopefully inevitable Yangless Nuke Glitch Zeramus fight leading to a new meme world record. Oh, is that spoilers?
You're welcome, Scythe. And thank you for the work you put in on that as well.
Oh, by the way, public service announcement, if you play this game, do not hold up at the end of this cutscene right
No?
here. Because you can, if you do that, you'll buffer going back into the super cannon room, and then you cannot leave.
You
ever.
live there now.
Yep.
Welcome to your new home.
Yep. We have kind of a sad walk out of here after Yang.
No, it's fine. See, the music's back. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. We're no longer sad.
All right, music's not sad anymore, so we're all good now. But yeah, Yang basically seemingly sacrificed himself to prevent the monsters in this tower from using a weapon called the super cannon to try to shoot the dwarves, basically.
That was nice of him.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, yeah.
Yeah. You know who else is a good guy?
Is it Egg?
Also Egg. Also Bonnie Bon.
I'm going to go ahead. We've gotten, the generosity here as we wind down has been great. There have been a lot of donations here that haven't had any comments, but I do want to make sure we get these folks recognized, so I'm going to rattle these off real quick. Darth Plagle donated $10. Alexander Y donated $75. Beto donated $100. Dragonista with $100. Quistacular, $75. Dragonista, another $50. Quistacular, another $50. Airplane, $30. And then capping off here with $250. That one coming from Aexoden.
Nice. We got you.
Hey, we're almost done at this tower.
Yeah. Also, can you give us an update
Yeah.
on some of those incentives, perhaps?
You betcha. We've got Bahamut's now $481, so
Nice.
we got some movement there. As far as who gets leveled up for Zeramus, Rydia lengthening her lead now with $285. Rosa has $210.
Nice.
Oh, and Edge has 25.
This cutscene here, by the way, is why we couldn't exit out of this tower after we were done here.
Yeah, they're really good about making sure that if there's something in a room that you have to do for plot, you are not allowed to exit out. But chances are, if you leave that room, you can. Unfortunately, the plot point is at the very end of the lower Tower of Babel, so you get to walk.
Oh yeah, Sid's back with us too.
Hey, Sid. I love this chase scene because it always fades to black right before you hit a wall and you just keep going. You're like,
Yeah.
don't think about it too hard. Okay, so we just had our wonderful friend Yang really help us and do us a solid. And we're going to have Sid do the same. We're being pursued by the Red Wings. And
Do
he's
you
like,
think Rosa pushed Sid, by the way?
100%. That couple of Cecil and Rosa made for each other.
Well, we definitely won't see him anymore.
No, he's gone.
Definitely
he's
gone.
exploding. He's gone.
Sure, it definitely won't be in the next, 30 minutes either. If he did
Yeah,
come back.
sure. That long?
Yeah, so reason for that, by the way, is because somehow the Red Wings have been upgraded and trying to chase us down, and Sid basically sets off a bomb to seal the entrance to the underworld. Which, I mean, given that the Red Wings were somehow able to get down there without that entrance, I mean, I don't know how effective that's really going to be, but it's the thought that counts.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty important here, by the way, too, not to buffer holding up when you get out of the airship, because this is a great video game. If you do that, you'll just clip right through the castle instead of going inside.
Listen, those clips have allowed us already in this run to do some magical things. We can't take the good without the bad. Just make yourself aware of them and maybe don't go through a wall you don't want to.
Yeah. I don't think he really told us why exactly, but Sid told us to go to Baron Castle and talk to his lackeys here.
Yeah, well, it's because we couldn't fly over the lava. We were there and, like, we can only go over those land bits. But, hey, guess where Golbez went? You got it, where there's somewhere surrounded by lava. So Sid was like, hey, go to my team. You know, they're lazy, but they got it. And they're going to upgrade our ship here so we can go over lava.
Yeah, along with giving us a hook that we can pick up the hovercraft with. It's feels kind of random too. Like, I don't know, I forget exactly how you're told what to do with this hook.
Just very overtly, like right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, now you can pick up the hovercraft.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, you did it.
Yep.
Well, folks, I'm going to jump in here with some more breaking news that for the entire week here, we have eclipsed the $80,000 mark.
I believe that only takes us about 5,000 or 6,000 away from beating last year's limit break.
And
nice.
we can do that. And listen, we still got donation incentives right now. We are at $856 out of the 2,000 we need to fight Bahamut. Oh, one that we've kind of been glossing over, but I think is going to be cutting off in the not too distant future, and that's naming Edge. Right now, in the lead with $95 is Sekiro. We have $85 for Bob and $5 for Sid. But there's still, I mean, y'all have been coming in with some really generous donations. So if you want to just snipe with something brand new, you can absolutely do that. So go ahead with that. Updating again no update here on the who's going to be fighting Zermas. We still got Riddy with 285 and Rosa with 210. And
it's a pretty important pit stop in here to get some ice elemental weapons, because by process of elimination at this point, we basically know that the fourth and final elemental fiend that's still out there is the fire one. So
Yep.
naturally, ice weaponry is going to be effective.
Really, the only thing that lets us take them down anything near fast, because without those weapons, we'd be relying entirely on Riddy and Edge.
Neither of whom are particularly competent at this point.
Yeah, their HP totals are a little low for some of these fights.
But by the way, you can change that though later on too with the bid war over the kind of the star of the final party.
Now, speaking of that bid war, that's going to be cutting off in the not too distant future. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so here we go. If you want to have your say, it looks like it's pretty much a two-horse race between Rydia and Rosa. So if you want to boost one of those up to make sure that that's what you see, the time to donate is now.
We have faith in you all. You can definitely bring Edge back. No, don't.
Yeah, so we're going through this. We kind of learn at some point during these cutscenes that the Tower of Babel connects the overworld and the underworld, and we can try to get into its overworld side through this cave Eblon.
But we have some very important plot developments happening.
Yes, we do have an important question to answer coming up after this fight, quote unquote, here too.
What's a fight? Kind of?
Yep. That question is, was it
flame?
I will show you how. Yeah, Edge makes the brilliant decision of casting a fire spell on the Fiend of Fire, and then kind of gets what he deserves for that.
Which is a fire tornado and not actually fire for some reason.
And as a reward, also, we got that leg.
Yep, that leg.
That leg.
And
then we're just like, wow.
And I guess
you got your butt kicked. I think we want you on the team.
Yeah. Come hang with us. We gotta take care of you, bud.
Yeah. So Edge is the prince of the nearby kingdom of Eblon, which has been destroyed by Golbez and the Red Wings, and he's little like Tella almost too, where he's kind of a hot-headed person that's out for revenge at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's the meanest thing I've ever heard anybody say about Edge.
He knows what he did.
Yep. So Edge has unique swords that only he can equip, but we're not really going to be doing much with them. Edge can also equip Yang's claws, and we're going to be giving him the stem of the stack of cat claws that we duplicated, because An important thing about cat claws is that they actually raise the equipper's agility, and having 2 of those kind of has the net result of us being able to run away from most of the remaining encounters in the game for free, even if they're back attacks. There's a couple exceptions here and there, but for the most part, we don't really need to fear the back attack much more.
Yeah, once we get past this part of the run and get Dwarfax back on, we've taken it off quickly because it makes the King, Queen, Eblin cutscene fight a little bit slower. But after that, it'll be on for the rest of the game until the grind.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because again, enemy speed stats scale based on Cecil's, and then for most of the remaining fights after we get it, we want to slow them down. But our next kind of quote-unquote boss fight is more of a cutscene where the bosses have to take a bunch of turns in order to progress their scripts.
Yeah,
And
it's off. Sorry, go ahead.
And if we still had the Dwarfax on, we'd be slowing that down a bit.
Yeah, because often, if not always, it's slower to attack them. It's better to just chill and let them work through their script so we can get past to the next fight. And the fight after them is Rubicante, and after that fight is also when we're cutting off that bid war.
Correct. So you've got about 3 minutes of walking here and
Yeah, so
couple
notice
boss
how that
fights.
was an ambush, but yet he still ran away before the enemies actually attacked.
So powerful.
Power of Edge and the cat claws.
What the Dwarfax would give you here is the ability to run away from those 2-pack formations. Luckily, we got lucky with all those black cats.
I guess we can probably have a few more dulcet tones from our host while we're getting our steps in here as part of the step route manipulation and then heading on towards the end of this tower.
Well, speaking of tones, we have another donation. This is from Drumbo, 9th in place, 1st in heart. And it's a donation for $5. And it says, oh, come on, Vonnie. You know that if you're going to do an impression of me, it's got to be sung. Final Fantasy, the 4th one in the series. Limit Break, the best marathon all year. Rivers, the man with the plan and controller. Nami, the charity we're raising money for.
Not going to go high after that?
It's like, no.
Yes. No, that's where the lyrics end, actually, but not with the donation comment, Ed. He says, hell yeah, y'all. Next year I have 4 or 5 more things practice up to sing. Couldn't make it out this year because of my family health issues, but hopefully be able to be there in person next year.
Nice.
We also have a $25 donation from Anderson Mesa, who says, is Stardew Valley a JRPG? Asking for my wife.
I'll count it.
There
Yes.
may or may not have been a lot of Stardew Valley being played on
Yes.
site here this year, too.
We have a $120 donation from Agathos Sophos, who says, you can move now. Wait, what happened? You killed Gobez without me? And then we have a $250 donation.
Nice.
And this one is from Dinosaur, who says, I only rarely get to watch the stream live, and I'm usually just enjoying the VODs. But I got to tune in just in time to share the secret of puwexil's favorite Final Fantasy, which is, of course, Final Fan end of message. Press 1 to replay this message, or press 2 to delete.
Pressing 2.
All right, so in addition to looking for crystals, we're also looking for Edge's parents, who had been captured by Golbez and his minions. But unfortunately, we find out that Dr. Luge, before we bopped him earlier, turned the King and Queen of Eblon into monsters. We're kind of supposed to be fighting them for a bit to bring them back to their senses, but it's just based purely on the passage of time. So Rivers was doing nothing for a while, and then once they start talking, now he's going to be doing a lot of inventory management, because this is the optimal time to do it without creating extra lag if there's like fire spell animations going off. So I guess since it's been a while since we talked about this, he's as part of kind of optimizing this game. We abuse the fact that we can move stuff around during battle and do that as much as possible during various animations to kind of push stuff that we don't need anymore or in the near future kind of far down, and then stuff that we do need is near the top.
Yeah, I had to that one a little bit differently because I was concerned about Itzy's HP total. So I had to kind of quickly get the Blizzard on him to make sure that he didn't end the battle without it equipped on, because we want that for
Speaking of Rubicon, we're going to be fighting him right now, and this is another boss that was really nerfed kind of hard for the US release of FF4, as far as how he lost like 9,000 HP or something like that.
Yep. But always the gentleman, making sure to heal up the party before we go in, which is both wonderful for now, not useful if we have an MP underflow.
Yeah, so Rubicante is a little like Valvalis in that he follows a cycle where he opens and closes his cape, and then that affects what elements actually work on him. Like his cape has to be open for him to actually take damage from ice. But then when he opens his cape, his next attack is that fire tornado that he used on Edge during the cutscene. So we're going to be seeing that at once, and hopefully only once. And then who gets the tornado or gets the death glare there? Yeah, that kind of drives the script that we follow for the rest of the fight. Yeah, Kane unfortunately being probably the worst target there.
worst possible target, yes.
And an unfortunate thing about Rubicon too is that he tends to counterattack with fire too, so that makes it kind of hard to get people back up after not getting knocked out.
Yeah, and you have to be careful because if you're casting ice spells on him while his cape is closed, it doesn't help. We're gonna cure him up instead.
Yep.
So it's very careful.
We want to
timing
see
here.
that leg before we try to use ice.
Yes, we do. However, that same problem doesn't affect weapons. We still do all of the damage, so.
Yeah, if we'd have gotten a bit luckier with who got the first tornado, we could have killed him before he did it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
A double attack there.
Nice. Good work, Cecil.
Should be almost done at this point, though.
Yeah.
I think this jump should finish him off. Yep, nice.
Nice.
All right, that cuts off the bid war for character that's leveled.
All right, who's our star of the end game going to be, Vani?
The star of the end game is going to be Rydia.
Nice.
You guys really like long demon fights. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, so the normal route for this category, basically, I mean, there's several routes for as far as kind of who's the star of the end game, and then the fastest current route is Rosa, both for healing and then also for the holy attack spell she gets. But there's ways to use other characters, like historically before the modern route, which was mostly developed by this guy over here holding the controller. It was actually Edge that was the kind of the star of the final party, because the damage from his throwing weapons is scaled based on his level. So if you give him some levels and a good piece of equipment to throw, thanks to some shenanigans with just finding huge stacks of them, that can work. But yeah, so
shout out to twitch.tv/lmagus.
Yes.
It was the main originator of that route and one of the best runners.
Yep. But yeah, so we had the Edge route, which is kind of the legacy route for this category. The Rosa route, which is the kind of the newer, hotter route, and then the Rydia route, which is not really viable, I think, for getting like optimal times at this. Mostly just because you need to do a lot more leveling.
It's a marathon boat. People love Rydia. So
yeah.
Here we are.
Yep. Because maybe I can probably just get this out of the way now. So we haven't done any real kind of full-on grinding yet, because we've been able to get by just based on the boss experience that we've gotten in a lot of cases with micromanaging it through the both the funneling technique and then also the shadow party. But there is going to come a point where we can't really get away with that anymore. We need to level up at least one of our characters a bit in order to be able to beat the final boss. And then for this run tonight, too, because we're going to be fighting some optional bosses, we want to get that leveling done before we do all those fights, too.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, those can be a bit tougher than the final boss. So we want to make sure we have that extra experience and get extra prepared for those.
Yeah. So we get because we kind of glossed over too that we went into the room where the crystals were, and then got dropped down a pitfall that took us all the way back to the underworld with not a scratch in our body after falling that far. And since our airship, the Enterprise, which we got for free.
Oh, who's that?
Oh, hey!
Yeah.
I thought he blew himself up.
Yeah, it was still in the overworld. We stole one of the Red Wings airships, which we renamed the Falcon. Totally not a reference to any other sci-fi franchise besides
Never?
the Enterprise. And then we also find out that Sid, despite blowing himself up in pretty dramatic fashion, survived both the explosion and the fall. And is it going to be able to retrofit our newly acquired airship to be able to go over lava?
Sometimes you just need a nap.
Puwexil, I've got terrible news for you. We're going to walk to the big whale.
That face.
Would some donations cheer you up?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay, very good. We've got a $5.20 donation from Lisa Rocks that says, "Was it flame?" We've got a $5 anonymous donation that says, "Donating $5 to fight Bahahaha."
Important.
We have a $100 donation from Bahamut X that says, "I feel it would be wrong if I didn't donate for this new incentive. There is always value in Cave Bahamut." And we have a $500 donation. And this one is from Pixel Bear, and it says, "I couldn't help but donate during the first Final Fantasy I ever played. I still play it on the Super Nintendo to this day. Let's see that Bahamut fight." And with that donation, that gets us to $1,361 of the $2,000 that we need for that. So we're 2/3 of the way there, but we still got to make that push. So folks, get your donations in. We got to make sure
And
we
that's
see
not
that
the
boss
end, by
fight.
the way, too. There are more bosses in this game after Bahamut.
Yeah, but that's still
Ooh.
some great progress.
We don't really have to meet those, though, do we?
Well, I mean, there's some pretty cool bosses on the moon.
Yeah, one that has a few fun nicknames, too, like the Danger Noodle.
Just needs a hug. That's all.
All right, so right here is where we get the payoff for that warp glitch that we did back after the Calbrenna and Golbez fight to get the Dark Crystal early. This is the biggest skip that's allowed in the No 64, well, that's used in the No 64 category currently, and that's the Sealed Cave skip, because ordinarily you go to the throne room and get the what's called the Luca key in order to unlock the door to the Sealed Cave where the final Dark Crystal is. But we abused the fact that once you've finished the Sealed Cave, you have to walk out, and then when you kind of go through this room with the Dark Crystal in your inventory, that will progress the story, where Golbez kind of reassumes control over Kain and has him steal the crystal and take off. So we have just completely skipped a full dungeon and both a kind of a nasty boss fight if we actually had to do it at this point, and some mini bosses called trapdoors. But that's not the last we'll see of the Sealed Cave, though, thanks to your donations.
No,
Yeah,
we
don't
have
worry,
to
we'll
come
be back.
Yep.
We will be back. Bonnie, I love hearing your voice. Can I hear it some more?
Oh, yeah, you sure can. We got a $5 donation here. It's an anonymous one, but it says, "Thanks to my friend Casey for introducing me to these runs for such a great cause. Good luck." And let me just update you here on, let's see here. That just brings us now to $1,415 to fight Bahamut. Reminder, we still have a bid war to name Edge. Right now, Sekiro is in first place, got $95. Bob right behind that with $85. So if you would like to see that name be what you would like, that is also open for you. Again, that's well within sniping range if you want to come up with something brand new. If none of those names suit your fancy, you'd like to do something else instead, by all means, you got a great opportunity there.
Yeah. So a bit of a drawback to skipping an entire dungeon, too, is that now we've got a lot of these airship remodeling cutscenes back to back, too, which is a little bit of a drag in the pacing for the speed run. But
In No 64, we call this Cutscene Alley.
yep.
Yeah.
This is
I don't see why.
Number 2
Yeah.
of 4.
Yeah.
So after we did what we do best, which is failing to protect crystals,
So good.
we
We did take that crystal first.
yeah.
Yeah, but then they stole it from us.
We're getting a little bit better. That's all I'm
Yep.
saying.
Yeah, I think we've held 2 crystals and then immediately lost both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kain, after he gets hypnotized again, kind of gives us a little bit of a hint that we're that he's heading for the moon, or that Golbez is basically. And I guess we'll probably find out too around this time that the crystals kind of open the way to the moon, and that there's power to be had there. And Sid does yet another upgrade to attach a drill to the Falcon, which will let us escape from the underworld and then head back to Mysidia, where we also kind of get clued in that we need to go next.
Good to pop in with some donations here.
Right ahead.
Excellent. Okay, we got another donation from Sharky. This is for $54. It says, "Hey Rivers, not sure how that Dikembe Mutombo cameo script made it into the donation. Anyway, Moon's haunted."
Moon's haunted.
Congrats on an amazing finale to you, to your awesome couch, to Nami, and to everyone at my favorite event, Nikos Take My Energy. And then this next donation here was one that I was really, really hoping to see, and here it is. We have a $100 donation from Wife of Rivers.
Aww.
And it says, "The baby loved seeing his dad playing tonight before he went to bed. We're so proud of you. You've worked so hard at this. All love, always."
Yay!
Something I'd like to point out too about this cutscene right here. You notice how a white mage and a black mage kind of fuse together during that first part of the cutscene. That's my theory on where red mages come from in this world. Yeah, probably keep it coming, by the way, too. Still have some
We're
more
just summoning a
cutscenes
whale,
here
nothing big.
while we're getting our own personal spaceship called the Lunar Whale.
Sometimes you just need a whale. Observe.
Yes, indeed. All righty. Yes, we got a $15 donation from Konban Meow with no comment. Thank you very much for that. And then we got a $250 donation here.
Woo!
This one is... Woo! Yes. This one is from Coden Data, and the message simply says, "Bring it." And you know what that's done? That's actually brought us very close to meeting the incentive to fight Bahamut. It's now sitting at $1,720. We only need just less than $300 to get that one met. So let's just go ahead and knock that one out. And as puwexil alluded to before, there might be another one coming up after that you got to work on. So let's get this one knocked out. Come on.
We can do it. I have faith. I mean, we have a giant whale now. Sorry, a big whale now.
Yeah.
Some of the seeds will have you actually fly the Falcon the 2 tiles over to the whale just to save those 2 steps.
Yeah, the reason why Rivers was apologizing too is that's one of my kind of few contributions to this speed run, was coming up with the idea, hey, what if we flew the airship the 2 steps or whatever to the whale, because vehicles do not count on the step counter, and lo and behold, there's probably a very small handful of seeds where doing that actually makes a difference.
It really can save you if you watch your step.
Yeah, that is
Also
true, by
that.
the way, yeah, because I mean, I don't think, because if you put in the practice, I don't think executing the step route in this game is really that difficult overall because of how slow your walking speed is. But if you do make mistakes, it can be pretty bad, especially if you make a mistake that results in you getting an encounter on a map that you weren't supposed to.
Right, because that goes into all of your future encounters. You're like one encounter ahead, and then because we've routed this specifically to get a specific grind fight, if that grind fight does not show up, that is very bad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's be clear, you do not need to step route to pick up this category or this game. Does it make it really efficient and really neat to watch and more likely to give you better times? Absolutely. But it is not at all required, and we do have alternate ways of finding said grind fight for those of us who are not so precise even when slowly walking.
Yeah, I mean, just for perspective too, I mean, this is like a 3.5 hour run typically, for assuming we're not doing these marathon incentives and stuff. And doing a step route from start to finish is generally under 5 minutes as far as how much time it saves. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's something that makes a difference when you're running this game at high levels. But at a beginner level, if you want to pick up this game, I would say just don't worry about it. Just focus on learning how to fight the bosses and walk through the fields and dungeons. And then kind of if you enjoy running this game and want to get faster times, then start thinking about step routes.
Absolutely.
Some of us don't need 3 hours, but you know, I guess.
Whoa, la-di-da. Hey, it's Uncle Mop.
Yes.
I want to see some RPG deads in this
Yes,
chat.
Please.
there's an emote of this fellow here named Fusoya, who's a member of a race called the Lunarians who live on our world's moon. And during this long conversation here, we kind of learn more of the deeper lore behind the story here, which is that Golbez isn't really the big bad here. The big bad is a Lunarian named Zemus who kind of refused to go to sleep, or more accurately into hibernation with the rest of his people, and wants to take over the world. And he's doing that through manipulating Golbez. I guess we don't really know specifically why at this point, but we kind of later learn that Golbez has Lunarian blood.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yes.
Can you spoiler like?
I'm not doing the big spoiler though, but
There's more spoilers?
yeah.
Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of overtaking, I wanted to note that one of the earlier donations put Bob into the lead for Edge's name. And that's now
Yeah.
got $100. Sekiro right behind it with 95. So, again, if you want to heat up that bid war, I would love to see it. We have a donation here. It's a $50 donation from an anonymous donor that says, some donate for law, some donate for justice. I choose to donate to force the runner to fight Bahamut. Go forth now, Rivers.
Value in Cave Bahamut.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Thank you
So
very much.
Fusoya joins up with us and says if we take him back to Earth, he can use his power to let us back into the Tower of Babel, which Zemus through Golbez is trying to use right now to summon a doomsday weapon called the Giant of Babel. And Fusoya, fortunately, is very, very overpowered at this point for us. He's basically the best mage-type character in the game. He is
Easily.
a very, very upgraded form of Tella as far as knowing every spell in the game, actually having enough MP to cast all the spells without glitches, and having pretty good stats on top of that.
And
Yeah.
great armor, too.
Yeah, and he comes with very good equipment,
Which
too.
we
that
might
will
just
be-
have to yank
that
off
will
of
be
him.
yoinking.
Yeah. You don't need that. You're fine.
But since we don't really do too well at the whole saving anything, really,
We saved
We,
Rosa. She's
we-
still with us?
we get back too late to stop Zemus from summoning the Giant of Babel. Because I guess his end goal is to basically kill humanity to let the Lunarians take over Earth, not have to be in hibernation on the moon anymore.
And this is where Final Fantasy IV becomes Gundam.
Yep. This is by far my favorite depiction of the Giant of Babel, though. I think it looks very, very silly in almost every other version of this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks obscenely oversized in many of them, and this one is just like regular oversized.
Yeah. Just oversized enough
Yeah.
as a treat.
So we've got a few minutes here for some more words from Vani, but I guess we'll just say that we kind of think that all is lost here, but then kind of basically everybody from the Avengers assemble here, and all of our friends that we've made along the way show up to help fight back against the Giant, including Sid, who uses the Enterprise to take
Open
us
Kingdom Hearts?
Yep, yeah, to take us inside the Giant to try to destroy it from within. So with that, what have you got for us, Vani?
Well, I've got a few donations here. We've got a $50 donation from Charlie Carlos, and it says, hey, Quiz, Franz says meow, and Looney says mew. We've got a $50 donation from HM that says, had to donate during my favorite Final Fantasy game. Here's to a great run and to fighting Bahamut. We have a $25 donation from Freedom Pulse that says, here's to Baja blasting Bahamut.
Nice references to some previous runs. In the
Yep,
marathon.
yep. And we've got another $5 donation, and this comes once again from Drumbo, 9th in place, 1st in heart. And it says, it's not a phase, Dad. I don't want to be a white mage like you, and I just don't want to blast people like Mom does. I want to be multi-talented. Also, I took up some sword electives at school, and I know how to use a shield effectively. I'm going to go stay with Grandpa Minwoo for a while. He seems more like my speed in life. Carries a canoe everywhere, heals people, and can blow up doors like a cannon in the Tower of Babel.
I got some bad news for you.
I don't understand children.
All right, so we're inside basically the penultimate story dungeon in the game, the Giant of Babel, which is really good music. Shoutouts to Nobuo Uematsu for this amazing soundtrack. And but before we get to the first of 2 bosses here, this is where we're going to be doing our main level grind. And in a normal any percent no 64 run, the only real level grind you do. And so for that, yeah, we should really start explaining it now because it's very, very technical and complex. So so there's a monster type in the giant called a searcher, which when you attack it, it will just, if you attack it and it's the only enemy on the field, it'll summon another monster, which is kind of predefined based on what specific monster pack it is. And we're looking for one that summons what's called a D machine in this version, or Clockwork Dragon, I believe, in later remakes. And D machines are really, really tasty as far as experience, because they're worth a lot of it, and you can cheese them out by using the weak spell, which reduces an enemy that's susceptible to it to single-digit hit points. But that's not quite fast enough for us as far as taking them out one by one. So we're going to be using a setup where we use something called the Vitality Zero glitch in order to, if everything goes according to plan, get 3 dragons worth of experience and money per kill. So what that glitch, kind of the short version of that glitch, is that when something gets revived through the Life 1 spell or a life item, they revive based on their Vitality stat. But all monsters in this game have a Vitality stat of 0. So if you use a life item or the Life 1 spell on an enemy that's in the process of dying, the game will kind of quietly revive that monster, and then they'll immediately die again because they have 0 hit points. And then with a really optimized setup that's all kind of tightly based around that relative agility system we've talked about a few times, and then the turn order we set up here, we can get into this loop where every cycle basically. I believe it's Rydia is going to attack the Searcher to summon a dragon. Fusoya is going to cast the weak spell to take it to single-digit HP. Edge is, or who is somebody kills it. Edge, I believe, yeah, and then Cecil and Rosa are both going to throw life potions on it to get another dragon's worth of experience. And this is also a big payoff for doing the full game step manipulation, too, is just naturally getting this fight as we go through the giant. There's backups we can use, which if you're kind of new to the game is what I would start with, too, where you do a save and reload at the save point in the last screen there, and then you can kind of count steps to encounters at that point to find this fight. But we're just getting this on the go here because of doing the step route.
And again, those things are not just for folks who are new to the game. Anyone at all abilities, we have these set up so if you find the step routing difficult, you do not have to do it.
So why the kind of the turn order manipulation is so important is that after this first cycle where we get flame breathed on twice and lose, I think it's like 20% of our max health or so.
3.
Yep, we're now getting into a loop where the instant the dragon summons, all of our characters are just at the right turn order to keep the loop going, and we shouldn't take any more damage. And then it's really important to keep good count too, because I want to say it's 25.
24.
I think 24 kills that we need here, and then with the Vitality Zero glitch, each time you see one of those dragons fades away, it's really going to be 3 kills worth of experience.
6.
I'm sorry, Rivers. How many total kills do you need?
24.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How many kills do you need?
24.
Thank you.
I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of the main. That's why this Rydia route is a bit slower than the Rosa and Edge routes, but it's something. It's kind of a fun little different twist to take on the run for a marathon like this. And let's just use some kind of fun strategies for the optional bosses that we're going to be fighting after this.
9.
Because for a Rosa run, you'd be getting 18 kills here, and then for an Edge run, it'd be 15. This is where you get to enjoy the FF4 battle theme for a couple of minutes, too, for the first and only time.
Such
12.
a jam.
Then something Rivers actually did as part of setting up, because he did a bunch of kind of equipment, both for this fight and beyond, too. But something else he did, too, was he actually changed the battle speed setting to 2. That's something I can also claim as one of my contributions to FF4 speedrunning, that normally you do pretty much the whole run on Battle Speed 1 because it's the fastest. But if you do this grind fight on Battle Speed 1, that introduces some risk to it of kind of luck playing a role.
15.
Because if you're doing it on Battle Speed 1, starting on the second cycle of dragon grinding here, you start running the risk of Rydia actually jumping ahead of Fusoya in the turn order and attacking the dragon while it's still, before weak casts on it. And that is very bad if that happens, because then the dragon counterattacks with a punch that may kill somebody, and then, but worse than that, it'll throw off kind of the loop at that point.
18.
But something I found through just kind of, because found out of frustration with having that happen to me in PB attempts.
It's awful.
Was testing doing this fight on different battle speeds besides 1, and lo and behold, I found that doing this on Battle Speed 2 kind of changes the way the relative agility and the turn order works in a way that removes all risk of Rydia jumping ahead. Like, when I was testing this, I went through like 90 life potions basically on this grind without ever having an issue. So it's at least for the Rosa run, it costs about, I want to say, like 18 seconds or so to do this fight on Battle Speed 2. And but yeah, that's something that matters if you're trying to get sub 3 or get the record. But if you're new to this run, do this on Battle Speed 2. You'll like it more.
I'll definitely have to try that for my next run, because let me tell you, Battle Speed 1 was not fun.
Yeah.
HP ran out.
Yep. So we're so we've killed the required number of dragons for the route we're doing, and then now because of the experience funneling system in this, we don't want to just end the fight right here, because then we'd have experience go to everybody, and we have some characters here that not really too useful. So this is kind of this is where the choice we make about the route comes in, as far as which character gets all of the experience from this fight. And then, in this case, it's going to be Rydia. So we kind of just use a setup at this point to just kill off everybody except Rydia, then have her finish off the Searcher to get the Searcher and 24 dragons worth of experience.
RPG dead.
Yep, RPG
That was only
dead.
a few digits.
And then another really important thing to point out, too, is that because of the Shadow Party mechanic we talked about earlier, where characters that have been in our party before left and are coming back get a full share of experience from all fights we do, is kind of the developer's way of making it so that when people rejoin us, they're not like hideously underleveled. All, I think, million or so of the experience points we get from this fight all goes to Kain as well. So
Which we will need to survive some of the moon bosses if you send us
Yep.
there.
So we now have a kind of a Super Saiyan Rydia here, and then Kain also eventually. But yeah, so that's the main grind segment in the run. That was only just a couple minutes too, because of just how optimized that setup with the Searcher and the Vitality 0 glitches.
Yeah, and let's be clear, that is a lot harder than it looks. Rivers' execution is bar none, so.
All right. So now this is one of the coolest moments in the story for me too, is kind of having a showdown with the 4 fiends that Zemus has breathed life back into. And this is meant to be a 4-stage fight where it's one battle, but we refight all 4 of the fiends. In kind of a cool thing in the order that you fight fiends in Final Fantasy 1 instead of in this game. But that's slow, because the way these are programmed is that the 4 fiends are kind of considered basically 2 bosses stapled together, and when it transitions from Phase 2, who's Rubicante, to Phase 3, who's Kainazo, the boss will kind of quietly gain a lot more hit points. But we're going to be using yet another SNES exclusive glitch here, I guess called the Reflect Counter glitch. I guess I don't remember what the formal name for it is, but a mechanic in this game, when you bounce spells off of a wall, that will, one, ignore other walls.
I did that wrong. That's my bad.
Okay. But 2, it'll also ignore counterattack scripts. And that's good in a couple cases for avoiding actual counterattacks that some bosses can use. But in this case, the way the phase changes work on this fight are programmed as counter scripts. So by doing most of our damage from very high-level black spells that are reflected off of a wall, we're avoiding triggering those scripts to change to the next fiend. Looks like unfortunately we're having some issues here with without getting an RPG dead, thanks to the wall not being there. But the Mylon form of the Fiends, all it does is punch and use Curse, which kind of effectively halves your defense. So picking ourselves back up on this phase is a lot easier than future phases of the Fiends fight. So again, we're basically just, once we get this recovery, we're just going to try to start setting up a wall and then bouncing powerful black magic spells off of it to run down the Fiend's health pool without triggering phase changes. And we also do want to kill off a couple characters for routing purposes here too. This theme is so good too. I always jump out to
So
it.
good.
This was all done with early 90s hardware too.
They're determined to terrify us here.
This is our first sighting of the Nuke spell too, or Flare as it's called in later remakes. Doesn't do quite as much damage as Fire 3, just because the Mylon form is weak to fire, but the big thing about the Nuke spell is that it has no casting time associated with it, so once you queue it up, it goes off almost instantly.
And that, along with the damage it does, gives it a lot of utility.
Yeah, and it's non-elemental too, so it lets us dodge. Like even though it looks kind of like a fire spell, it'll hurt. Like if we went to the Rubicante phase here, we would still hurt him with Nuke. And then I guess probably another thing worth pointing out here too is that because we got healed, all right, nice
recovery.
Yeah. Because we got healed by Rubicante before this fight, that undid the MP underflow glitch on Fusoya that Rivers set up as part of the prep for the grinding.
So yeah, I had to use some ethers on Fu because he was running out of MP.
Yeah.
He might be better than Tella, but he's still only got, what is it, 190?
190,
Yeah,
which you go through pretty fast when you're casting high-level spells.
Yeah, Nuke costs 40 on its own,
Yep.
so...
All right, so then that's the Fiends down. Then our last boss in this area is CPU, the CPU of the Giant of Babil, which is it's our objective as far as trying to stop the Giant from destroying humanity. And then a little bit of setup here to reset up that MP underflow glitch, along with getting healed up. And then CPU is kind of a unique fight in this game in that you've got the main body, which itself doesn't do anything other than cast wall in itself, but it has two nodes, the attacker and the defender. The attacker just uses Mazer every turn, which takes away, I believe, 10% of your max health. And the defender will cast Remedy, which heals 10% of the CPU's health.
So because we're doing more bosses, we're doing a different strat here than the regular game, where we are going to get 350,000 experience out of this fight by making sure that we get 2 sets of orbs to die.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of those orbs is worth 50,000 experience, and this way we can get Cure 4 and Wall on Rosa for the end game.
Yeah, that was an interesting change that they made to the game when they ported it from Japan to North America too, because in the Japanese version, the other orbs are worth nothing. They made them actually worth some experience.
Also, CPU has 30,000 HP there.
Yeah.
Only 20,000 here.
So once you've killed both of the orbs, CPU will actually retaliate by using Globe 199, which does a lot of damage.
It's only quad 9s.
Yeah.
Big deal.
But yeah, it'll do it twice to kind of kill 2 characters. So in a normal speedrun, you don't want to see this. You want to do a setup where you have Fusoya cast Medio, and then you reflect a holy or white spell, as it's called in this version, off of a wall from Rosa and then along with doing a bit of extra damage from Edge to finish it off. But here, because we want to get a bit of more experience to level up Rosa specifically for giving her some useful spells for the optional bosses that we're going to be fighting. We're intentionally going through a few cycles of killing the 2 support orbs and then
I think we got the
letting them revive.
We got the rare life up glitch here. So he's got Medio queued, but it's also his turn.
This game is very, very special.
We love it. It's so charming. Hi, Cecil.
Yeah, Fusoya kind of trolls us a little bit before the fight by telling us to kill the 2 other orbs, and then bad things kind of happen after you do that.
I guess maybe it just canceled his meteor. I don't know. I thought it was going to work, but I guess not.
He's like, no, I'm taking this meteor off.
Classic Fu.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is what happens when somebody compares you to Tell in a speedrun.
Yeah, tell a life.
Hello, live.
Way to go, Netara.
Anna's
You're welcome.
grandpa.
And it's great.
Listen, I tried to call him better Tella. If he didn't like that, well, that's not my fault.
How many cycles of this are we doing for the round again?
Just 2.
2? Okay. So yeah, we're killing off 2 of the orbs, and then doing a really fun setup too, where because the damage cap in this game is 9999 or 9999, and there's no way to exceed that. It's not until Final Fantasy VIII that you can do 5 digits of damage. So we're doing 2 Meteos basically, and so that does 19,998 damage total, and CPU has 20,000 hit points. So I'll save you the trouble of whipping out that calculator to tell you that CPU after 2 Meteos has 2 hit points, which is a pretty manageable number for even
Even for our boy Edge here.
Yep.
Poor Edge. He's trying so hard.
Yep. So that lets us then take out the attacker orb, which is the only thing that can hurt us at this point, and then the defender orb just kind of gets 404 errors at that point, and doesn't really know what to do anymore.
The defender orb has two things in its mind: heal the attacker and heal the CPU. When they're both gone, it just sits there.
Same though.
So yeah, so at that point now we're just going to kill off Edge and Rydia so that all of the experience from the extra support orbs we did will all go straight to Rosa. And it's not as much experience leveling as we do in a kind of a traditional Rosa route run, but
We're getting Berserk Rosa.
Yes.
It's not quite Berserk Rydia, but close.
But it's enough experience to get the Cure 4 and wall spells. Yeah.
Well, while we're watching Rosa slowly peck away at this orb, I do want to come in with the donation here. It's anonymous. It has no comment, but it is for $250, which is great. But what's even greater is that that is the donation that has us meeting the Fighting Bahamut incentive.
Nice.
So, excellent job, y'all, with getting that done. But now that that is complete, we've got yet another incentive that is opened up. And this is to fight all the optional bosses in the final dungeon. So we need $2,500 for that one. That one is now open. If you would like to get your donations in for that, by all means, let's go.
Probably be flexing at this point with all these levels and spells that
Right?
You'd hope so. You really would.
Rosa is getting right now.
Look at Fu. He just needs a nap there.
I know there's been a lot of science done over the years, too, to try to make this the primary way to grind in a normal any percent no 64 run, but I don't... As of now, I think there are, in fact, some people running the game that are doing this, but it's not quite as fast as the D-Machine grind.
Yeah, I believe it's either Neptune Tyrant or Tyrant Neptune, one of those two.
Yeah.
That combination of words.
Because part of why that's sought after is that if we were able to grind there, that would help a lot with step routing stuff, because one of the main objectives of the full game step routes is to set up getting that searcher encounter on the go. But if we didn't need that anymore, that would kind of potentially open the door to saving time on movement over
Some
the run.
seeds really do have to take a few extra encounters to line up the grind.
Didn't take the Sork off. I got to buy it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess quick story update. We Golbez is upset that we ruined his quote-unquote plan to exterminate humanity, but then Fusoya does some Lunarian magic there to break Zemus's hold over him, and then we find out that Golbez and Cecil are brothers, that they are both half Lunarian. And I forget if it's here or shortly afterwards that we find out that the voice that talked to us on Mount Ordeals when Cecil became a paladin is the spirit of Cecil and Golbez's father, Kluya.
Notably, there's no other works of fiction that have two brothers finding out that they're related later in the story.
Yeah.
Never happened before.
Very
This is-
original.
In the
Yeah.
3D remakes of FF4, there's some kind of cool lore that happens around here too, where you have some flashbacks to Cecil and Golbez as young children.
Pull all the way
I was
up.
going to say the what?
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry I'm going over the step out of
No,
Aexoden
no,
now.
no. I'm like the what
Yes.
remake?
Oh,
The
wait.
what remake?
Yeah, oh, yeah. There were never remakes of this game.
Not on the DS.
Nope.
Sorry for all you DS lovers. It's
Yeah.
just very hard.
Yep. All right, so we got another kind of goofy cutscene like the one at Fabul where Kane, who's been dehypnotized for the second and hopefully final time,
For sure.
joins up again after Golbez and Fusoya somehow went back to the moon without going on the whale to go try to kill Zemus, and then the rest of us kind of go too, but Cecil thinks that it's too dangerous for Rosa and Rydia, even though they're the highest level characters in this party right now. So we try to kick them off, and then they come back.
Yeah, they're obviously not happy about this, but they're like, fine, whatever.
Yeah, they really want to watch Edge throw darts the rest of the run. Just dancing daggers all over the place.
Spontaneous Excal percent?
No.
Yeah. So in a normal run, right here is where we would be heading to the lunar subterrane, which is the final dungeon, and we'd be going to finish the run. But right here is where we're actually going to be starting the all bosses incentives.
Yes, thanks to your generous donations,
Yep.
we will be going to Land of Summon Monsters first. That is the first place we have to go because it unlocks, story-wise, the ability to fight Odin, and then eventually the ability to fight Bahamut.
Now, speaking of incentives, the optional one that's still open now to fight all the bosses in the final dungeon, when is the cutoff for that going to be?
Probably after defeating Bahamut.
Yep.
How much longer do you think that is?
Ooh. 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Okay,
There.
$2,500 is what we need there, folks. That is not a lot of time. Get these donations in fast and furious. Speaking of which, can I read some?
Sure, go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, cool. We've got a couple folks here made a reference here to that grind fight. We got a $5 donation from Kaylor that says, in the name of all that is white, just let me die. I beg you.
No.
We have another $5 donation from Dumbo 9th in place, Person Heart, that says, D-Machine says, please just let me die. You don't understand. We've got a $50 donation from Sawney Wrath. Sawney Wrath 11 to be more specific. It says, go Rivers go, love y'all.
Thanks, Sonny.
Yay, Sonny.
We've got a $10 donation from Sout who says, hey diddle diddle, Dark Knight with a fiddle, the bad guy has gone to the moon, the twins would laugh if they were not stoned, and I'm a bard with a spoon.
Nice.
We've got a $5 donation from Mizuki Bara, who says,
Mizuki.
while we all hear a solid 24 this year, I think you all can do better. I remember hearing 54 through the whole stream room. Can we do the same with 24? And then for this last donation, everyone here in the crowd, I'm going to need your help with this. It's a $10 donation from Pendle Steve, and it says, this is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate y'all.
Oh, no, you dropped to 197 GP.
What am I going to do?
Oh, my God, we need that.
So if Edge had won the character bid war, I believe we'd have come here sooner than this, actually, as part of doing a side quest to get the Excalibur, which is one of the best weapons in the game for Cecil. But if we get a lot of them through trickery, that becomes a
Not
nice
there.
weapon to throw at Edge, or throw with Edge. Throwing it at Edge would be nice, too. And if we had to do that early, it'd be a little scarier because there's enemies called arachnes in here that can kill us with earthquakes. But
Yeah.
doing this after the giant, I would assume the step route is probably trying to avoid arachnes, but even if we did, it would be safe.
Not quite so scary. Yeah, they do quakes, so unless you're floating, and especially because you're walking over those tiles, so it's kind of the double incentive to have float on.
We're going to do a little shopping here, pick up a Charm Rod and a Silk Robe for Rydia. Those
Okay.
will help her reach her full magic potential and give her a 4x magic defense multiplier, which is
Nice.
the multiplier system really helps determine how many rolls you get, and for Rydia specifically, Makes her a lot more likely to live against Wyvern, which we might fight. Who knows?
Yeah.
I do want to pop in here real quick.
Yeah.
You might have seen it just activated there. There is a flashing lights warning for this dungeon, so for those of you with photosensitivity issues, please be warned.
Yeah, any of those dungeons with the damaged floors, unfortunately, yeah, that's how they chose to denote it.
We don't have to go to the Sylph Cave, at least.
Yeah, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, it's really the only optional area we never go to in this category because there are no bosses there to fight. But speaking of bosses, we've got our first round here where we're... Because kind of a tradition in the Final Fantasy series is that in order to learn new summon spells for summoner classes, you have to fight the summon beast to prove your power before it'll join you. And that's what drives a lot of the optional boss fights in this game, starting with Ashura and Leviathan, who are the queen and king of the summon monsters, or I think Eidolons, I think they're called in later versions of the game.
Yeah, so we're making sure to heal up the necessary characters, and we did apply the back row glitch to Kane,
Yep.
Getting him in the back row, helping us out a bit.
So Ashura is a kind of an interesting boss in that the main way that she damages you is through counterattacks. Every time you attack her, she she counterattacks with a pretty strong melee attack, which you can probably tell by the characters with 1 hit point. That's who we want to get hit.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
There's some interesting tech, and then she also, her normal script is just casting healing spells, which fortunately through the magic of Wall aren't actually going to heal her. And there's some alternative tech you could do here called life locking, basically, but thanks to the power of the Nuke spell, we don't really need to worry about that.
Maybe we'll cast that spell a few more times. What do you think? It seemed pretty good the first time.
Yeah, it might be nice.
Can I come in here with yet another perfectly timed donation?
Go
Of
for it.
course.
We have $20 from Leggy Starscream
Oh,
that says, hey Netara,
hi.
now that you're all leveled up, what's the plan? Oh no, Netara, no, stay away from the nuke.
It's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh gosh, that's a lot of boss fights. Seriously though, hi Netara, my love. I've loved listening to you this whole run. And also, the other commentators have been doing great. Vani is doing a good job too. Good luck with the rest of the Oops All Summons run.
Thank you. I love you.
All right, so that's Ashura down. We can now summon Ashura, which we'll totally be doing.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Very useful summon.
Now we can do Leviathan, who, despite nomming on our ship a couple hours ago,
It's
now,
payback time.
Yeah.
Why Ashura when Nuke?
And again, the main reason why Nuke is so useful is that it's instant cast.
So fast.
Yeah, like Leviathan. The way I remember fighting Leviathan in childhood is Lit 3.
Oh, yeah, that's a spell he's weak against.
Yep.
You know, maybe I should cast that.
Yeah, but Lit 3 is slow to cast, and Nuke is fast, so even though it does a bit less damage in most cases, the fact that we cast it faster just makes for faster fights.
Averages out.
But we're not only going to be using Nuke on a lot of these fights, we are also going to be taking advantage of the fact that Kane is pretty beefy at this point because of getting all of the experience, actually, not only from the D-Machine grind in the Giant, but also from the CPU grind. So he's probably like in the 50s or so for levels at this point. So, and then this is something you don't really see a ton of in normal runs outside of the final boss fight, but the Berserk spell is really good in Final Fantasy IV because it
good.
because of how the active time battle system works. Berserking somebody lets them attack faster than the game can really normally handle.
So not only are you stronger, but you're attacking more frequently. So it is just excellent. There are some cases where you don't want to use it because you lose control of your character, but yeah, it's often put to very good use.
Yeah, and then as we go through all these fights too, Cecil is going to be taking some very long naps on the ground, and that's just because we don't want him to level up and gain agility.
We don't want to push him to push someone else into the ocean.
He served his part.
Yep.
He covered a couple times in that fight when I got off script. Good job, Cecil.
Yep.
Good job, you did it.
So by the time we get to the final boss, we want Cecil's agility to be, I believe, 14 or lower.
Yeah.
And as long as he's not leveling up, really at all at this point between that and the Dwarf Axe.
This is my favorite part about routing all bosses on my own. Take a look at who Cecil and Co are talking to here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hi?
I mean, Giad and Luca are at the Tower of Wishes right now, but they were nice enough to leave a recorded message behind along with the Luca key that we were supposed to get earlier.
I just imagined the set of googly eyes Valvalis has on the chair. You're just talking directly to the chair.
Oh, the chair. Hey, whenever the streamer leaves, the chair is the most important part of the stream, right?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, and you remember that place called the Sealed Cave that we skipped about, like, better part of an hour ago at this point?
Where?
Well, it's back in pug form.
It's back with an attitude.
Yep. So, we're coming back in here to kill the boss here, because this is an all-bosses run, and Evil Wall is considered a boss.
Yep.
I'm sure it'll be very difficult to run through it all at this point.
Yeah. Absolutely. And while we're walking through the cave with its lovely doors, in order to get to the boss, I think, Vonnie, you can have the floor.
I think I can. And listen, you folks are coming in with some big donations here. You want to make this incentive happen. We've got $100 from Kevin that says $100 to destroy the bosses that I never had the patience to kill. We have another $100. This is from Genrock that says, I just want to say I love you guys for putting on yet another fantastic marathon. And I also want to say that I love you to my wife, Lauren, who is currently watching the VOD with me. You all rock.
Aww.
We've got a $250 donation from Lakey. That one has no comment. We've got another $250.90 donation from MJB that says, more RPG LB, please.
Please.
And a lot of these have been going towards that optional fight. It's already up to $569. We still need 2,500 total there, so just short of $2,000. Got to keep them coming, folks, if we want to get that. You know the time is short.
Also, Vonnie, we're going to cut off the Edge name at the end of this dungeon, so...
All right,
any last-minute snipes.
And an update on that, Bob is in the lead with $100. Sekiro just right behind with $95. But again, y'all making some big donations. If you want to just pop in there with something brand new and just snipe it all together, you can certainly do that. So come on.
These trapdoor mini-bosses are absolutely terrifying, casually, by the way, too, because they just they kind of alternate between using a kind of a telegraph target ability, and then they used, I forget what it's called in this version, but Dimension 9 is what I'm most familiar with, and that is a one-shot attack. But Nuke.
We've got a one-shot attack, too.
Yep.
It's so effective.
This is also dodging a gimmick, too, where at low health, the trapdoors will turn into other monsters, too.
The name of Final Fantasy IV speedrunning is Avoid the Gimmick.
Yep.
Vonnie, we got time for a few more if you have anything else.
Oh, you bet I do. We've got another another $24 donation from Elise Rujasu, who says, fight more bosses.
We're working on it.
Yep. We've got a $25 donation from PM920, who says, thanks to everyone for such a great marathon and for raising money for such an awesome charity. And thanks for the FF4 finale. It was the first RPG speedrun I ever saw, and the first time I realized I wasn't alone in thinking RPGs are cool.
So cool.
We have a $50 donation from Grith Ulmer, who says, missed a lot of runs this week, but I'm looking forward to catching up. Thanks, and here's to cleaning up the moon. We have a $20.24 donation from Bang, who says, this has been an awesome week. I love what I have seen, but I couldn't watch every run. I'm putting a down payment on all the fun I'm going to have watching these VODs later this year, too.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone involved in putting RPG Limit Break together and raising money for a great cause.
And you remember how we kind of skipped this whole place earlier because of having done that Dwarf Castle warp glitch? Well, now we're skipping having to go into the Crystal Room, too, because ordinarily once you've fought the trapdoor there, gone into the room and gotten the crystal to come out, then Evil Wall attacks you, but because of our shenanigans, we're just fighting it straight up.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll put up a fight.
Yep.
Totally.
This is another boss that's terrifying casually, too, because once it gets close enough to you, it starts using an attack called Crush, which is more or less a one-shot in most situations, but Nuke.
Yeah, but Nuke us, we're fine.
And just us being, I don't know, probably like 25, 30 levels or so higher than you're expected to be at when you fight this boss.
Yeah.
Too small.
Love that
Too
for
small.
us.
Yeah, but now kind of the more interesting part of the sealed cave comes for an all bosses run, and that's leaving because
It's all warps.
yeah, you can't
It's all warps.
you can't cast exit to get out of here because the way the story is supposed to flow is that once you've killed Evil Wall and gotten the Dark Crystal, when you get back to the very top floor, that's where Cain betrays you and takes off, and the developers don't want you to be able to easily skip that, so. Can't normally use warp exit, but you can use warp to kind of go up one floor at a time. And then the reason why I said that's interesting is that the encounter rate inside the sealed cave is very low, presumably because of all these trap doors you're having to fight.
Yeah.
And you can kind of, depending on how the step route is flowing for the seed we're on, again, there's 256 possible encounter seeds. There may be some floors where we want to take some steps to kind of optimize the encounters for the next dungeon area before we warp. But it looks like we don't have to do that here.
Nope, not a single time.
Love that for us.
Me too.
Leg day is another category.
All right.
All right, and that's the sealed cave.
We did it.
All right, so that is all of the optional bosses in the underworld. But wait, there's more.
There's still one hiding out in Baron Castle.
Yep.
So we're going to go visit him. His name is Odin. He has like 3 different scripts that he talks about if you try to come here early, but we are coming at the right time. And Vonnie, can you give me a name for Edge now?
You bet I can. It is simply going to be Bob.
Yay.
Yay,
With a
Bob.
capital B.
Big Bob.
If anyone's curious why we didn't have an incentive to name Fusoya, it's just because you have to go find naming way to rename anybody.
It would throw off the step route.
Yeah,
That's the real reason.
the only opportunity you have to do that with Fusoya is going to the Hummingway cave on the moon, which affects the step route if you go there.
Could have just given you like 100 steps in there to give you.
Yeah, I'd love to do
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
I'm sure everybody would love to watch it too.
Yeah. So make sure to get those donations in for the last round of bosses on the moon too, just because we actually only have 2 left at this point before the cutoff for that. We're going into to Baron Castle to go talk to the spirit of the real King of Baron, who was murdered and replaced by Keinazo before the game proper started. But we kind of learned that somehow he became Odin, I guess. I forget the exact
Unlike
lore behind it,
Keinazo
but-
the king, the original King Baron was pretty okay.
I'm
It's
sorry.
all right.
I heard donations.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes. We've got a $100 donation from Eldonia.
Yay!
And it says, Rivers, Netara, Aexoden, puwexil, and Vonnie? Have I died and gone to heaven? An entire team of Final Fantasy IV All-Stars. Great run. Wish I could have made it there this year. Aw, yeah, baby girl. Keep on keeping on. And heck yeah, RPG Limit Break.
We miss you.
Yep, we sure do.
All right, so Odin, yet another horrifying boss if you don't have Nuke, because
Terrifying.
normally after a couple of turns, Odin uses, it's just called Odin in this version, but it's really Zentetsuken, his sword attack, which will kill you in most cases, but Nuke.
Riddy is doing some really low rolls here.
Riddy, please, we need
Cain
you.
picking up the slack there,
Always.
the crit.
Only
Alright, see ya.
7,800. Disaster.
What are we gonna do?
We're going to learn Odin, which we're totally going to use.
Heck yeah!
So one of the things about going to the moon now is that you would think with all these summons, oh, we'll use those. Every moon boss has a counter to summons because the game developers, I think late in the process, probably were like, wait a minute, this Rydia, she's too powerful. Let's make sure that she just never gets Nuke without a billion-year grind, and let's make sure that all of her summons are nerfed on the moon.
Yeah, it's really a shame.
But that's okay. We got Nuke, so she's useful.
Yep. Her HP is still so low, but again, in this case, we'll be fine.
Yeah, no big deal.
If I could, I just want to jump in again
Yeah.
here with an update here for that donation incentive to 5 all the bosses in the final dungeon. We're at $894 out of the 2,500 that we need, and time is running short. So
got
let's
4
get
battles.
Yeah, we got 4 more battles, and with you see how fast Rivers has been doing everything here. You know they won't take very long. So gosh, you got to get your donations in now. Let's hear them.
Yeah. Yeah, when we came back here, by the way, we switched back to the Enterprise, even though the Lunar Whale is also an airship. Both because we need it to go to the underworld, but also because the whale is so slow.
So slow.
It moves slowly,
I
and
about that pillar for
whenever
no
you
reason.
land or get back on, you have to go into the cockpit. Time to find some value in Cave Bahamut.
Value.
Value.
Always value in Cave Bahamut.
Can we find some value in some donation comments?
Yes, please.
Oh my gosh.
Excellent. We've got $200 from Smitty Llama. And they say, it's been great watching throughout the week. When I first played Final Fantasy IV as a kid, I didn't understand the concept of, quote, optional bosses and stalled out in the end dungeon not knowing how to beat them and thinking I had to. Here's to watching you get revenge on them.
We got you.
And we've got a $250 donation.
Nice.
Woo. Yo, this one is from Steamed Hams with Cheese, and it says, glad to be here in person 2 years in a row and in a position to donate. Thank you to all the staff, volunteer, and runners and others who made this possible. You are the true heroes.
Thanks, Deemed.
And we've got a $5 donation here from Demarine that says, hey, Netara, hey,
Hey.
you're all right, I guess.
Okay, cool.
Hearts to my longtime Valkyrie foil.
You too.
So probably the most noteworthy thing about Cave Bahamut, other than that's where Bahamut is, as you'd probably expect, is that there's actually 2 mini bosses here that are 3. Okay, that are kind of hidden, basically, on what are called trap tiles, which are kind of a legacy of the NES era Final Fantasies, and those are behemoths, which are an enemy that has a really nasty physical counterattack and pretty good magic defense.
Yeah, so we're just going to nuke it.
Yep.
When in doubt, just nuke it.
Yep, so here's our first behemoth. It's not until later Final Fantasies that behemoths can stand up.
Yeah, but they're working on it.
Yep.
Now, Behemoth actually does have great magic defense, so Rydia's Dukes don't do that much damage here. But because it's one of the few things that he can't counter when you reflect it, it's still worth using.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because behemoths have a really, I mean, it's more or less that, basically, only more of it if we're actually directly attacking behemoth. Like, the behemoths are honestly a lot more dangerous than Bahamut is.
Ironically, yes.
Yeah.
Do I have time for a
I'm
couple
seeing
more?
some things happening to that progress bar for the incentive,
yeah,
by the
oh my
way.
God.
Do I
yeah,
have
Bonnie.
time for a couple? Yeah, I have
let's hear
time
it,
for some
Bonnie.
donations.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, all right. First one here I got to read off just because it's so good. It's a $50 donation, and it is from none other than Bob the Ninja Goldfish.
Oh, yay!
Thanks, Bob.
And he says, Adam Copeland? No, I am Edge. Thank you, viewers, once again for acknowledging your tribal chief. All jokes aside, the love this week has been everything. And to my right-hand man, main event, Von Yvonne. Keep up the excellent work, Padawan. Well, Bob, thank you for keeping up being as excellent as you are. Again, you can't say it enough. We love you, we miss you, and we can't wait to see you next year. And I can't wait to read off this donation. It's anonymous. It's got no comment, but it's for $1,000.
Woo!
With that hitting the books of the 2,500 we need to fight all the optional bosses in the final dungeon, we have 2,019.
We're so close.
We need
Yeah,
just
so
under
close.
$500 to get there, but time is running short. Let's go!
Yep.
2 fights left.
So one more behemoth, I believe, and then it's time to fight Bahamut.
Yeah, and you're seeing those behemoths don't last long.
Oh yeah, now that so we have Bob the Ninja Frog for a brief period there.
Very important job.
Yeah, so yeah, just for kind of just menuing efficiency, just because there isn't really a lot that Rydia can cast outside of battle that uses a lot of MP, so we just kind of used a lot of MP to cast Nuke, and then when she was kind of low, we used Frog to finish it off for setting up the underflow glitch, so that now she can use all the nukes.
I mean, he is still water type.
That was a nice roll.
That was. Goodness.
All right, so that's 3 behemoths down. So, so yeah, the way Bahamut's kind of a interestingly designed fight in that all it really does is it casts Mega Flare every 5 turns, basically, which is a really powerful AoE attack. But you get a nice 5-turn countdown before it actually goes off. What you're kind of intended to do is to cast Wall on your whole party, because then that bounces Mega Flare back. But that's really slow. So let's
I like Mega Nuke.
Let's use our own
I
Mega
love
Nuke.
Mega Nuke. Oh my gosh, we're less than 100 away.
Better hurry up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rudy doesn't want to see them.
Nope.
Yeah, unlike the behemoths, Bahamut doesn't have really copious magic defense, so these nukes are really hurting it. I like the squishy Bahamut sprite, by the way, too, before he actually blargs us.
Yeah.
Rudy's not having it, folks.
Yeah.
No. That's right, she's not.
Oh, we got 3 turns left. I bet this is going to be close. See ya.
Nice.
All right, we have at last found our value in Cave Bahamut, which is summoning Bahamut.
Which we're going to do a ton, right?
Yep.
No.
Right?
No.
Oh.
Speaking of value, I got to give some more love to all of those people who donate with no comments here. Nonstop, $25. Agathos Sophos, $10. Kurt Mack, $50. Danky Kang, $55. Nahohiho, $50. Sir Phobos, $50. And Wells with $300. And with that donation, we're fighting all the bosses in the final dungeon!
Does that take us over last year's limit break, too?
Right now we're sitting at $85,425. How close are we?
Well, tracker.rpg.limitbreak.com will give us the answer.
I'm a little busy. I can't load that right now. Can you take care of that?
Really? You can't just
Yeah, you're
pause
fine.
for a second?
All right, so we've now beaten every boss in the game outside of the Lunar Subterrane, the final dungeon, which is where Zemus lives, basically, along with the other Lunarians that are in hibernation. So that's where we're going to go to try to kind of put an end to all of the evil that's inflicted on our world, is by taking out Zemus. You might even call it the Zemus Zone.
I think we did that once, didn't we?
A few times, yeah. That's just a little reference to a fun little bit of kind of cut dialogue that like a prototype of the game or something had when you first entered the final dungeon.
Nice. So we actually, due to Aexoden doing some magic, we actually do have an answer. So our donation total last year was $86,925.74. So we're not quite there. We're close, though.
Yeah.
Well, can I read off some donations that are getting us even closer?
Oh, heck yeah.
We've got $50 from Arborelia that just says Moon.
Moon's haunted.
We got $100 from Murdoch that says, after blessing my descendants Jazeta and Kennen, I now bless this game inspired by Newtopia, Final Fantasy IV.
Nice.
And we have a $500 donation.
Yay!
This one is from Koboink, and it says, I look forward to this every year. Thank you so much. Go everyone who worked so hard on making this happen. Less than 3.
All right, so as soon as we enter the subterrane here...
You're forcing us to turn left.
Yep, we're going to be going on an adventure to a part of the dungeon we would normally skip in a traditional any% run. That's to go fight the first, because in addition to being where the final boss and the end of the game is, the lunar subterrane has a ton of treasure here. Like all the best, most of the best weapons and other equipment in the game can be found in this dungeon, and a lot of it is guarded by optional bosses and other powerful monsters. So there's a total of, I believe, 4 optional bosses in the lunar subterrane. 5. Okay. And that you need to fight in order to get just to get good armor and other equipment. And then the first one is guarding one of Edge's 2 ultimate weapons, and it's a boss that's called White Dragon in the Japanese version, but the English localizers had some fun, I guess, translating this. We'll see what it's called very shortly here. Instead of White Dragon, we have Pale Dim.
Makes total sense.
So, like Rivers really aptly put it, I mean, the goal for this run at every opportunity is to dodge the gimmick, and then the main gimmick for Pale Dim is that when you do normal physical attacks, Pale Dim will counter with the slow spell.
So we're just not going to use them.
Yeah, so we're just not going to do any regular attacks here. Using either magic like Nuke or jump like Kane can do will circumvent that.
Yeah, usually abilities like Kane's jump, as puwexil mentions, that just doesn't trigger a lot of the counter scripts. And we're putting an image spell on Rosa, making her not invincible, but no longer susceptible to physical attacks for 3 hits.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely didn't need all of those.
You know, that guy wasn't very bright.
Yeah.
Oh, boo.
Yeah, and you don't want to use summons on Pale Dim, by the way, or else you get hurt badly.
You get quaked if you do that. We're going to pick up 3 things on this next walk here. One of them is for Rydia to make her faster in the final fight, and that's the Fire Whip. And the other 2 are to increase Rosa's magic defense. And those are the White Robe and the Protect Ring.
Yeah, and we're using Warp to kind of backtrack back to the start of the dungeon. I mean, we could also exit out, but then we would have to go through the palace and the cutscene of warping into the subterranean again, so it's faster to warp instead.
Yeah.
Made sure to test the exit option. Wasn't good.
Yeah, you're like, we didn't like it.
Yeah.
Oh, Vonnie, I'm missing your voice. Do you have anything to tell me?
I mean, I got some donations to read off here.
Oh, okay. I love
That'll
those.
do.
We got a $50 donation from Iron First with no comment. Thank you very much for that. And we have a $10 donation from Edward Malice that just says RPGLB less than 3. Now, we had talked about hitting the same total that we had last year or even surpassing it, and that total was $86,925. But if we could get it to a nice round, I don't know, how does 88,000 sound? Can we get there? We've still got we've still got run left, and we have that Nuke glitch exhibition. Excuse me. There's the word. So
The game will feel executed.
yes, indeed. Yes, you will be executing many commands here, and yeah. So folks, remember. Every single dollar that you donate goes directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, an incredibly worthwhile cause. Please continue to donate. We appreciate everything that you do for us.
And don't those donations still go towards prizes?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. They do.
Love prizes.
Hey, one of them's right behind you.
What? Oh, my God. Bob, when did you get there?
Yeah.
Bob, I love you.
At least $75 gets you in on that Buster Sword that we've been showing you all week long. Cumulative $250 to get in on that. All kinds of other great stuff, too. The Porum and Palum Perlers. There's the Star Ocean Second Story R for the Switch. There's the Fire Emblem Three Houses coasters. And then there's that framed Zero Miss cross stitch.
So cool.
You know, $20 gets you in on all those. So, yeah, here it is. Gloves are necessary to handle this bad boy. Look at this. It is
my gosh.
absolutely majestic. So, again, $250 cumulative throughout the week. If you've already donated some, you want to get up to that total, you can do that. If you want to just drop $250 in one shot, I'd be totally okay with that too. So please, by all means, get those donations in. Time is running short.
But our love for you and Twitch chat never will.
Wave hi to the Pink Puffs room there.
No? Weirdly, not routed into the category.
Yeah, hilarious.
Not a boss.
Not a boss.
Hilariously, the Pink Puffs room can sometimes factor into step routing because it's the people that made this game were pretty trolly in this part because in order to get the best armor by a lot in this game, you need to get a very, very rare drop from a very, very rare encounter in the room with the lowest encounter rate in the game. And in other versions of the game, you can use an item called Siren to summon Pink Puffs, but nope, not here.
Yeah, just play Free Enterprise, it's easier.
Yep.
Yeah. It's one of the items they took from us.
Yeah.
Sad.
And then just because that Pink Puffs room has a much lower encounter rate than the rest of the dungeon, once in a while, for optimal step routing, you go in there to burn off some steps. All right, so we're coming up on...
An actual hard fight.
Yeah, probably the hardest of the actual optional fights, called Dark Bahamut in other versions, but Wyvern or Wyvern in this version. It's basically an upgraded version of Bahamut, which instead of just counting down from 5 while we pelt it with spells, is actually going to be blarging us with a Mega Nuke at the start. And that's kind of part of why Rivers has picked up some extra gear to boost particular Rydia's magic defense.
Oh, Wyvern. How I did not miss
Ooh,
you. Oh,
beautiful.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, Rosa
That
and
is
Rydia
ideal RNG.
completely dodging the Mega Nuke.
That's why you go pick up those items, folks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So after Mega Nuking, Wyvern actually pauses for a while. I'm guessing his AI is coded that way, just that you actually have some time to pick yourself up before you get some more pain dealt to you.
Yeah.
And the next thing Wyvern's going to be doing is walling itself, but we're going to capitalize on that downtime in its AI to actually do some direct cast magic before switching gears to do stuff that works through walls, like the Quake spell.
Nice crit.
Nice. Very nice Wyvern fight.
I did it all myself.
Then we get
Luck was not involved.
yep. And then we get the strongest sword in the game for Cecil at least, which we'll totally be using.
Absolutely.
I just want to pop in here to note that we have broken the $86,000 threshold. We are within $1,000 of surpassing last year's total. And thanks to donations like these, we got $25 from Tyler Salt with no comment. Thank you so much for that. Prof Nest donated $50 and said, "How is Z? Is Z going to be sleeping all weekend after this epic show?" We have a $150 donation from Glacier Wolf that says, "Great job, everyone, for a wonderful week." We have an $80 donation from Nathaniel who says 16 bits dollars for every party member in my first and one of my favorite 16-bit JRPGs. And we have a $100 donation from Platypus that says, "One last donation here for the marathon. RPG Limit Break has always been a cozy week of watching for me. This year, it's come during a mental health crisis and has been a great distraction to ground myself with. Love seeing all my favorite JRPGs here. Thank you to all the runners and staff for what you do."
Right here, we're also seeing why Aexoden is the boss of a lot of tech for this game too, because it looks like we're having to do a little bit of surgery on the step route at this point. Because from looking at the laptop screens here, it looks like we were actually supposed to do just some more warps. So,
we're supposed to warp earlier. We warped a little late in the first room we were supposed to warp in.
Yeah, so Aexoden's doing a little on-the-fly rerouting here to try to kind of salvage as much of the step route as you can for kind of what little of the game is left. But there are some really, really slow encounters for running away from in the last part of this dungeon. So
every little bit helps.
Yep, exactly. All right, so we've got our next optional boss who's guarding Kane's strongest weapon called Plague. This is kind of another interestingly designed boss where it doesn't attack you directly, but it casts the doom on your whole party effectively and gives you a 10 unit counter where you have to try to finish it off before that runs out.
Yeah, speaking of bosses, they used to terrify me as a kid.
Oh yes.
It's weak to Kane's lances, so fight goes very quickly with the setup.
And also weirdly allergic to Nuke.
I think most bosses are, aren't they?
And we love that for
Yeah,
them.
it's kind of so trolly to have
Yes.
a palette swap of like literally the first monster sprite you see in the game as part of the airship cutscenes at the beginning is now a super boss.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay. Though speaking of the cutscenes at the beginning, you actually see Cecil using 2 of the items that they actually cut out of this version,
Yep.
which always makes me giggle.
Budget cuts at the Red
Yeah.
Wings.
Those are the only 2, and Cecil used them right away.
Yep. Now we have D-Lunars, or I think Lunasauruses or something in later remakes.
Yeah.
This is just a pair of skeletal dragons that the most dangerous, the way they get dangerous is if you attack them directly, because then they cast wall on themselves and start bouncing virus, which by the way, we haven't called enough attention to it. Virus, one of the best sound effects on the Super Nintendo.
Bar none.
Yep.
We still don't want to hear it right now, though.
Yeah.
Go play it on your own game and agree with us, but yeah.
So we're doing damage through indirect means in order to kind of avoid the setup for that virus script.
Yeah, and again, Kane's jump ability doesn't activate that counter, thankfully.
These are guarding ribbons, which are the ultimate helmet in the game, effectively. I just remember using Bahamut a lot on these things as a kid.
Well, they cast Remedy if you do that. It's not too terrible compared to some of the
Yeah, what
counters.
most of these other bosses do if you summon.
Yeah.
Since it's been a long time since we talked about it too, whenever Rivers is running away during certain attack animations, that's to reduce lag. Each time he does that, it saves a couple frames. For a normal any percent no 64 run, I believe it adds up to about 20 seconds over the course of the run.
Yeah.
Which, if you're trying to get sub 3, every second counts.
Nice.
You get it by just barely over 20 seconds, then yeah.
Yep. Because it's what, 2:59:30 something, I think, is the record.
I think just stop taking extra steps once you get that last encounter.
This safety save before we head for the final boss is part of the route too for the marathon step route, thankfully.
Well, speaking of heading into the final boss and things coming to a close soon, we got to get some donations in here. We got a $10 donation from Amber, who says, first-time watcher. Shout out to my friends watching with me in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Well, hello to Kalamazoo. We got an $80 donation from Gren with no comment. We've got a $25 donation from Valdercorn with no comment. We got a pretty appropriate one here. It's a $50 donation from Raptor and Storm, and it just says popcorn emoji. Now,
Indeed.
let me tell you, with the final boss fight and the Nuke Glitch exhibition coming up right after that, you're going to want to have your popcorn ready because this is going to be a show.
Yes, it is.
Things are going to happen to this video game. All right, so we get the awesome Within the Giant theme back because we go into the second half of the Lunar Subterrane.
Really, the first part of the game where I start to feel nervous is when you get this song.
Yeah, yep.
Yep. Things are getting real.
Yep. So this is also where the last optional boss in the game is too. I think it's Dark Leviathan or something, but it's Ogopogo for us.
Our
That's
favorite
the
Danger
one.
Noodle.
Yep. I love the game of come up with a alliteration for Ogopogo based on the name of your favorite pasta. So yeah, Ogopogo, upgraded version of Leviathan. You really want to be healthy coming into this fight because Ogopogo always starts with 2 big waves. Because kind of fundamentally, almost everything Ogopogo can do will take away 25% of your max health. So it always starts with double waves, which does 50%, and then it can do blaze.
See, I will use
too.
Ashura.
Ooh, got a little cameo here.
Ooh, spicy.
Let's see, what do we get?
Nice. More friends.
Yep.
We needed those.
We
Well,
sure did.
Yep.
Yeah. We messed around and we found out.
Yep. Well, just like our friend Ashura likes to play jokes. Because we don't want Cecil to level up here because if he levels up too much, that could throw off our plans for the final boss. if his agility gets too high.
Yeah.
Tried to be clever and routed Ashura. Oh.
Yeah, Ashura just said, no, this is why you don't summon me. I was resting.
And Blaze is basically, it's just a reskin of Big Wave. It does 25% max health.
Yeah, but fire.
I can assure you, it's just not worth it.
No, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm out.
And then
I would leave too.
something I guess we didn't call attention to earlier too was setting up the back row glitch on Kane. But yeah, that's the last optional boss. So thanks again so much to everybody for all the generous donations to make this the debut on a big stage for the all bosses category for Final Fantasy IV SNES Edition.
And oh hey, we now have 2 shiny swords for Edge.
Yep.
I'm sure he's gonna make great use of them.
He's gonna sit there.
Yeah.
I would love to see this thing as a real Halloween mask someday. By
Right?
the way, because that is nightmare fuel in 16-bit
Or even
sprite
better,
form.
make it like the full body. So you're just like, it's like the head, but you're walking around with just, it's.
Yeah.
You're just a big head walking around.
Yes.
So you have to play the music.
Natara,
Yes.
stop making my dreams terrible.
You invited me here. You know what you asked for.
So this last descent here, before we get to where Zemus is kind of the last payoff for step routing too, because there are some horrible, horrible monsters in this place. In particular, red dragons. I just love how the sprite for dragons is too big to fit 3 of them on the screen at once. So if we actually get a 3-pack of red dragons, they're all just kind of overlapping on top of each other.
Yep, you cannot see them in any way, shape, or form. You can see one of them, but
Yep.
it'll indicate there's 3, and just trust us, there's 3 there.
Yeah, and then there's, on the bottom floor, there's also, I think, breath and mind enemies, which are not really too dangerous, but they're slow. They waste a lot of your time before you can run.
We step routed enough to not get a single red dragon encounter here.
Yeah. This is also a place where actually if we were doing the Edge route, we'd have a little bit of an advantage too in that Edge, if he actually has levels, can use the smoke spell to instantly run away.
If you guys had donated for the Rosa or Edge levels, Edge would be involved, and he could use those. However, you didn't, and thank you.
And from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
All right, so I believe this is the last floor before
Yep.
Zemus.
Nice.
Couple of breaths.
Yep.
Last breaths.
For Zemus.
Well, speaking of last breaths, if you want to make any last gasp donations here before the marathon comes to a close, by all means, go ahead and do so. rpglimitbreak.com/donate. Go ahead and get your donations in. If you have a message or something like that for what RPG Limit Break means to you, just some of your favorite memories from the week, anything like that. We'd love to read them off. Go ahead and send in those donations. And we are very close to surpassing our total from last year. We only need about $800 more to do it. I have faith in you, chat. You've made so many things happen just in these last 4 hours alone with all the donation incentives. I know you got one more push in you. Again, give me a donation, comment some of your favorite things that you've seen from this week. Let's hear it.
Or the best way you have seen lovely Bob here utilize.
Oh my goodness, yes.
That alone
Oh,
could
yes.
fill the donations.
Yeah.
It's a cool little tech there, and it was putting the Flame Whip onto Rydia to change her agility. And then we're immediately going to be swapping it out for the Charm Rod to give her magic power, but the game won't recalculate her agility once a fight has already started.
Yeah, why not both?
Yep.
Hey,
We
Zemus.
got our...
Yeah. You're not evil unless you're looming with like a cape and
Yeah.
stuff. Also, fabulous nails. Like, seriously.
Yep.
24.
24.
Yeah, so we at last catch up. I mean, yeah, Golbez and Fusoya were waiting here for a very long time while we were going on a worlds tour, I should say.
Do the media
taking out a bunch
now.
of bosses.
But they waited for the exact moment we appeared to start fighting, and that's
Yep.
why I appreciate them.
Yep.
Also, would like you to know that there's a game we like to play here. No.
Yeah.
In the no CW category, there's some magical things
Yeah.
that happens in this cutscene. and
PSA too, if anybody like me didn't understand what WBDO was as a kid too, that's Japanese shorthand for double. Like that's
Guys,
why you have
oh.
W item and stuff in Final Fantasy VII.
that
It's
makes so
double,
much sense.
because W starts with double.
And
Yep.
way faster to write.
Yep. All right, so yeah, Golbez and Fusoya, they just took care of Zemus for us, so I guess we're done here.
Game over. Time. We did it.
Yeah. Some final boss.
They didn't
that,
stop the timer.
Yeah.
Why is it still going? Why is it still going?
Yep.
Rivers? I'm scared.
About to say, we did all that grinding for nothing? I mean,
Listen, it's just the rest of the timer is just party time.
What do you mean nothing? We just fought like 12 bosses.
yeah. Yeah, good point.
The real boss were the friends we made along the way.
The real
Yeah.
boss was Nuke. Nuke.
Yep.
Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke.
Yeah. So then basically, yeah, Zemus isn't quite done yet. His even though his body is killed by
That was the guy behind us a couple minutes ago. Now he's
Yep.
just going to be here.
yep.
Yeah, fueled by hate, he has metamorphosized into the wonderful, the amazing, the fabulous-haired Zeromus.
Yeah, the blue spaghetti monster from outer space.
Yes. Almost like my dear friend Blue Breakfast.
Don't look at me like that.
Yeah, so this is
Love
going to
you.
be our final boss eventually. Basically, the hatred of against humanity of Zemus that's incarnate as this monster here. And yeah, throwback to this in Final Fantasy IX too, with another boss that kind of comes out at left field for the final boss. But
Yep.
I guess what we're finding out about the Man of Darkness using it does not mean anything to me, you fools. We could probably have a few donations before we're going to start
Yes.
talking about the Zeromus fight.
Me, you fools.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple in here. We've got a $50 donation from Bomb Bomb that says, first time watcher as of an hour ago. So my favorite thing from this week is seeing y'all show off this awesome Final Fantasy IV run. Love seeing the passion from everyone. Let's go, chat.
Love
I like
having
that.
you.
Oh,
Welcome.
yes. And we have another donation from Konban Meow, and this one's for $25. It says, love the Pokemon calls during the Let's Go Eevee run. Props to the tech crew for making that magic a reality.
I wonder what sound the big whale would make.
Yes. We have a $25 donation from Not Rock that says, Edelgard did nothing wrong. We have a $75 donation for Dr. Bold PhD that says, need to at least get in on the Bob the Ninja Whalelord. That's a fantastic idea. You want to get $75 donations in so you have a chance to win that absolutely magnificent plushie behind these folks here. That's a great way to do it. And then we have a $100 donation from James Picard 007 that says, let's go, Limit Break.
And we cannot underestimate how large that
Yeah.
whale is.
It's always hard for me to see to the start of this fight without being 10 years old or so again too,
Yep.
because getting to here for the first time on the first RPG I ever played on the Super Nintendo, and then seeing this as the background for the final boss just gives me goosebumps.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
Who wants to talk
okay.
about running?
Yeah. So
oh, I love running. Can I talk about it?
yes, please.
So, some surprise tech that was found a bunch of years ago. All of our characters are really low HP, and when we're low HP, we have an animation of a bunch of sweat drops because they're panicking. But this causes lag because of this beautiful background and the limitations of the system. So one of our dear friends, F. Coughlin, in a tournament just was running. You do things with your controller while you're waiting for the long cutscene to finish. And he saved 12 seconds, and we were like, excuse me? So we did testing, and this is where we found out that running, because you're not doing those extra animations, saves time. So just running through this entire cutscene alone, no other optimizations, 12 seconds saved.
Yeah. All right, so then to start talking about the fight proper, once we throw
Yep.
the crystal to transform Zeromus into his true form, because of limitations with variable memory on old Super Nintendo games like this, the game developers had to do something a little cheaty behind the scenes in order to give Zeromus the full amount of hit points that they wanted him to have, which is kind of effectively about 120,000. But because a enemy in this game can only have up to 65,535 HP. In this case, 61,000 for Zeromus. If you direct attack him when his health is, I want to say, below like 14,000 or so, the game will quietly refill his health back to the full 61,000 and start his second phase. But this is where that reflection glitch that we were doing on the Four Fiends will come into play, because by look at how laggy that these animations
know,
are, by the
right?
way. I can feel
Also,
this console. in
Obligatory,
pain.
is
Yeah.
this even randomized?
Yep.
Lightly.
Yep.
Also, obligatory photosensitivity warning as well.
Yes, please.
Yeah, especially when the big bangs come out. So yeah, Zeromus has a pretty simple AI script where His main attack that's not a counter is called Big Bang, which has a. I mean, it has a lot of flashing, but it's a really cool animation too. If you're okay with that, where the background just kind of screeches to a halt and then reverses, and that hurts a lot. But there's a kind of a cool mechanic where if you trigger a nuke counter from Zeromus, which is what he does if you do most types of spells on him. That will actually reduce his magic stat, and then we call it nerfing the Big Bang because I want to say it reduces the damage you're taking by it's over half, if not closer to a third or so. So that kind of ensures that all of our important characters are surviving this. And then once we've kind of passed the first Big Bang cycle, this is where we're kind of getting set up for the rest of the fight, where we're having Kane do some damage to start out with, but then. And then we're also doing reflected spells from I believe both Rosa and Rydia. And then the immediate reason for reflecting it is to avoid more nuke counters, because Zeromus has a lot of nasty counterattacks. Like most black spells, he does nuke, and then if you use white on him, he does weak, I think. But then eventually, once he's on lower health, we're going to be using that glitch in order to skip his second phase completely. Skip the game, refilling him his health for his second form. So yeah, I guess when we're not too far away from time here. So when we get the first kind of crackle flash of Zeromus' death animation, that's going to be time for Final Fantasy IV SNES version all bosses and for RPG Limit Break 2024.
Yeah, and you just have to note the timing of doing any of those nerfing of the Big Bang after the first one are particularly tight. So we're really happy to see them.
Yeah, and if you're like me as a kid and don't know what magics became invalid means, that just means all of your buffs are gone, and for our purposes, wall.
Yeah.
Like magics became invalid, so I can't cast magic anymore.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
But my nuke.
Yeah, again, more running here to reduce lag.
This is going to be an intentional slowdown here.
Shouldn't have too many more turns left at this point. This fight goes by pretty fast when you're skipping half of the boss's health.
Absolutely.
Every one of those shakes, by the way, means Big Bang is next.
We need 92-18 is what Aexoden says.
All right, let's see it.
Come on.
Come on.
Time.
Woo!
riversmccown!
That was fun.
Well, I tell you what, if we want to keep the hype going, I got to point it out. You probably see it there. We have surpassed our total donation total from RPG Limit Break 2023. We got $87,605. That is thank you in large part to some great donations here. We got $100 from Pixel Bear that says, the power of friendship will save us. Oh, and the power of Nuke, which is coming up next. We got $500 from Stump, who said, this was my second RPG Limit Break and so wonderful to be at and be a part of. Thanks for having me as both a stage tech and a host. To anyone who has donated this week, check whether your employer will match charitable donations. This donation will be matched by mine. And we have another $550. This one's from Wolf, and he just says, we did another puzzle. Whoops.
Oopsie.
Oops, all puzzles.
Yep.
Urzergram, by the way, too. That's a tradition whenever you either finish a run or PB at this game too, is that you give your chat your best Ram.
Alrighty, folks. Well, that was a fantastic run of Final Fantasy IV, all bosses by Rivers. But the good thing is that we're not done yet, because there is that Nuke glitch exhibition. And I do want to point out that even after that's done, we're still not done yet, because we do have our finale that we do every year where we kind of wrap things up. We talk about the week that was, and we also allow some of our attendees here to give some testimonials. So this is going to be, kind of what I was asking you to do in chat. Talk about your favorite things from Limit Break. Talk about maybe what Nami means to you, what the community means to you. So you want to stick around for that for sure. But I do want to tell you that there is going to be a portion of those testimonials where we are going to allow some of the attendees to talk to us about some more kind of heavy and serious subjects. So we do want to give that content warning there. If that's something that you think might be a bit much for you, we'll be sure to give you plenty of warning there so that you're not taken by surprise by anything that's coming up there. So be sure to stick around. We still got plenty more Limit Break for you here. But I tell you what, Rivers, I'm going to give it on over to you. This would be a great time for shout-outs and whatever it is that you want to say, and maybe even to set up this exhibition that everybody here donated so generously for.
Shout-outs to the Final Fantasy IV community. I started there in 2015. I was but a freshman and learned from some of the best and brightest in RPG speedrunning. I want to name specifically out of the Paladin Tournament admin team in the very beginning. We had Nirm, we had the Roth, we had puwexil, who was right next to me, was still wild to me. We have Elmagus. The names Abda Jr. mean something to me. I gotta say Kobahi. Love Kobahi. No cash. It's just there's just so many good community members in this, and it's, even though Final Fantasy IV speedrunning is kind of lulled as we've aged older, I'm still really proud and really happy that I was able to get on the scene at the right time to be what I was, and hopefully I was on the shoulders of giants, and hopefully I can be a shoulder for somebody else coming up next. So very excited about that. Very excited to show the Nuke glitch off. Are we ready for that?
I think we're ready.
I think so. If you're ready, we're ready.
Yeah.
Everyone in the audience, are y'all ready to see this Nuke glitch exhibition? That sounds like a yes.
Now, I'm going to warn you, if we this ending is like 20 minutes. If we did the Nuke glitch ending, it would take 4 hours. All right.
But before we actually show off the Nuke glitch proper, we're going to do what everybody's come here to see, and that is grinding.
Yes.
Yep.
Lots and lots of grinding.
Oh, I should.
Because I guess we can start kind of introducing the Nuke glitch, because you remember that mimic glitch that the twins Palom and Porum did to throw vegetables and disposal receptacles at the Fiend of Earth a couple hours ago? Well, there's other applications for that glitch too, and we're going to be using it with the spelled Nuke, which is why it's called the Nuke glitch. But kind of a little bit of a drawback to mimic glitching Nuke is that you have to learn Nuke. And do you remember offhand what level Palom needs to be to learn Nuke?
52.
52. All right. And then remember, Palom and Porum are not in your party for very long. That's when you get to Mysidia until after you leave Baron Castle to get the airship. So unfortunately, you don't really have.
That's that one. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, you don't really have convenient access to any access to the best grinding spots in the game. While you actually have the twins with you, so Rivers and the rest of the kind of scientists in the FF4 speedrunning community have been doing a lot of work over the past few months to figure out a way to grind up Palom to level 52 while you actually have them.
So how do you do this? Puwexil, do you know?
You kill stuff.
You sure do.
Yep.
You kill stuff, you get experience.
You kill a lot of stuff.
Profit.
Just find a few groups of imps. That should take care of it, right?
Yeah.
You might get an imp summon for your troubles too.
I think I'm late here. I think I was low. I was late on the cover. Oh, okay. Great. Okay.
I love it when we use legend.
Yep.
My favorite ability.
So you can see that Palom will become glitched out now. He's trying to cast spells that he doesn't have, the ones that are corresponding to what Tella has. I'm going to just make this kind of a quick one. Not going to try to get too clever here with the sleep stuff. But generally what we want to do is poison both Cecil and Tella, have them die, poison the Python over there, while he's kind of stopped in reality, and yeah, here we go. This is a better setup. And we're going to have Palom toss life potion after life potion on this poor sting rat.
Because I mean, this has a little bit in common with the D-machine grinding that we did in the actual full game speedrun, where remember when there's this thing called the Vitality Zero glitch, where when you use a life potion or the Life 1 spell on a dead enemy, which means you targeted it before the enemy died, because once an enemy's dead, you can't target them with anything. But if you queue up the item or spell before it dies, then the game will quietly revive the monster with 0 hit points, because 0 vitality means you revive with 0 hit points, and then that'll count as another kill for experience and money calculation purposes.
Please don't do it.
Kind of like the D machines here, we're trying to kind of set up a loop, basically, where we're doing a lot of getting a lot of free experience with the life potion glitch.
So the thing about this is, the best that we can get on Palom right now is this Stingrat. That's 1210 experience. So to actually do this grind, we have to kill something in the neighborhood of like 750 Stingrats.
Is that all?
That's literally it. So we set up Cecil to be dead so that the venom will take him quickly. You can see that we've got some glitched out stacks of life potions here. And now we're going to set up the rest of it here, where we stop venom the toad first, then stop the toad. And because we've sleeped and stopped the sting rat, it is now locked. You can see that it will start attacking us, but nothing actually is going to happen when it does. It's a broken right now. The game does not like this one bit.
It knows what's coming.
And it doesn't like it.
Meanwhile, the Python, now a toad, will only do 1 damage, which is how we can kind of get away with this. And from here, we venom the entire party. Have Cecil get the staff and heal only Palom's poison. And then we will kill this sting rat, set up a life potion toss on it, like we would do to the D machine, right? As puwexil was saying. And then both Cecil and Tella are going to die due to this poison. The Python will be the only enemy left on the screen. It will not be able to do anything but hit us for 1 damage and take poison damage. And Palom is now locked, just throwing life potions.
Of which you have many, right?
Many stacks.
We have underflowed the stacks using the treasure dupe glitch, which is kind of like doing just the regular dupes that we do in this run, but you can only access it through the treasure screen, and you can do items with it. So he is throwing from a stack of 255 life potions to throw as many as he can before this Python dies of venom.
And how long do we do this in a full game Nuke glitch run?
So far, 1 hour and 25 minutes.
All right. All right, who's hyped for 1 hour and 20 minutes of this?
We could stay here all night. Oh, I'm being told that if I keep making people watch this, I'm going to be put down. Oops.
Well,
Yeah.
I tell you what, if you are wanting to stick around and watch all of that, there's a great comment here from a donator. It's $25. It's from Uncle Dave. It says, "Got to get up to the Waylord threshold." As a reminder, we still have these prizes available. $75 cumulative throughout the week gets you in the running for that Waylord behind these folks. Cumulative $250 throughout the week gets you eligible for that massive Buster Sword. Folks, the marathon isn't over yet. If you want to get your donations in to get eligible for those, you still have a chance, but your window is closing rapidly. So get those donations in. We would love to see them.
Yeah. So we can probably start talking, now that we've kind of seen a demo of how you set up, kind of get the tools you need to do the nuke glitch, which is doing an hour.
Let's show the payoff.
Yeah, so let's actually see what we get for that. So once we've grinded enough using that loop there to get Palom to level 52 so that he learns the nuke spell, then we're able to use it with the mimic glitch.
Right. He will mimic whatever is in the slot that nuke is in for him, and that will unlock the ability to target multiple things. So in this case, I have put Piggy at the very top of the inventory. That's where Palom has nuke. And when we cast the Piggy spell on these sand moths and larvae, Palom will cast nuke on all of them.
Yep.
And the game loves it.
Yep. Because remember that nuke is meant to be a single target spell, and it causes a lot of sprites to fly around on the screen. So if you're casting nuke on, dummy, yeah.
That's a normal item.
That's very insulting, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think the
rude.
game should call me names.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to bring some awareness to cool stuff. So mean.
Yeah. So what happened there was a sprite
Normal?
overload, and this is the result.
Okay. Yeah. Completely normal.
Yep.
This is the hardest one to time here. Yes. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, if you try and cast that twin cast while Palom is casting, it doesn't matter if you succeed. It's too
Even
late.
better.
Oh my god.
Is 6.
Yep.
So what this does is actually start bleeding out fake NPCs into the nuke glitched area where our dummies are. The dummy, by the way, is in the JP version is called a silver apple. It increases your max HP by 50.
Yep.
So one thing we do in this run is underflow a stack of those. And so we just have a 4,000 HP Tello just hanging out. You know? Get Palom to 5,000. It's no big
Still
deal.
has 90 MP, but
Anyway.
yeah.
So trigger another counter course. We're going to run from this one because we don't need that. We've already got the 6-pack now.
Oh, I saw Dark Knight for a moment.
Peekaboo.
Anyway, this is the Chocobo. Did you know that those go underground?
I do now. I think they're having a bit of turbulence though.
When I originally routed around this, we found this probably 2 weeks after AGDQ 2018. And then, so of course you go here, you can complete the game almost as normal. It's very fun. It takes like 4 hours and 20 minutes. But then we had a community member named Wylam come in, and after I did this run the first time earlier this year, and kind of played with it, and you've seen the no credit warp run. There are some stacks of items we just move around, and those stacks can help us warp when we hit some glitch tiles. It turns out the nuke glitch can find some glitch tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is ordinarily stuff that you would need to use the 64 door glitch to gain access to.
Oh, speaking of which, that Chocobo was good.
It was?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay, good.
We're good.
Anyway, if you go in here with a nuke glitch, by the way,
Turn the lights out.
you can see again, but you have no character.
Yeah.
If they can't see me, does that...
So let me set up our next part of the exhibition.
Yeah, while we're setting that up, just to explain the comment for those coming in later, another category in our quite a full game, no CW, uses the 64 floor glitch to set up magic. And it looks at many different parts of the game. And one of the things is what's part of the screen the Chocobo left on when you let it go. And like we have diagrams we're allowed to use legally on stream to help. That was bacon.
Yeah. Sure was.
Speaking of no CW.
Hey, can I pop in here real quick
go ahead.
before you keep going? Y'all remember earlier how I asked for $88,000?
Yes.
Well, guess what?
What?
We got it! Thanks in large part to a $75 donation from Drotha the Destroyer that says, limit broken.
Yes.
As well as a $369 donation from our very own Miria that simply says, meow.
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 Thanks, Miria. Of our awesome tech staff members, too.
Ah.
I would be surprised to see Palom in this point of the game, too.
Well,
By the way, too, just like these
that's
imps.
Maybe even downright alarmed.
I think this timing might not work. Yeah. Try it again. The surprise attacks are not great for this setup. Okay, it's better.
I was really hoping that quiet version of the music would still be there.
Yeah, when you use save states on SD2 SNES with this game, it creates some very fun
It works perfectly as intended.
sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just something that we're doing in order to do this exhibition
Yeah.
a little faster. And
Right.
So we don't have to
Efficiently.
wait an hour and a half.
Yeah. All right, so that should actually set up the Nuke glitch now, or the Mimic glitch. Yes, we get that right. The Mimic glitch is set up now, and we will kill off Cecil to make this last part easy. Because Palom has a nasty habit of just mimicking Cecil,
I mean, Cecil's pretty cool.
the way I've set this thing up, so...
Best noise.
You can try this at home, by the way. A really fun challenge that I've heard come up over various times is to try to write the Nuke the virus sound effect in English letters.
Oh,
I've seen a lot of creative ways to try to write.
I bet you could do it in a donation comment text, too.
Yes, yes.
Why, Netara? Why?
Because I love you and I want you to be great.
I question that.
I think it's a great idea, Vonnie.
See, it's not just me.
I'll do it for you, Rivers.
Okay, good.
Whatever.
So, okay, we finally got down to this part. So, you can see we got the dummy again. We've also got 12 white arrows, 47 rods, and 7 rods.
Uh-huh. Vicious.
And those take you to the whale.
Yeah.
So we have already made up almost all the time that we've lost grinding Palom.
Amazing.
Oh, the moon's having a moonquake going on or something there.
No, that's normal. That's
normal,
You didn't see that earlier?
Yeah, it feels normal.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't really like the moon. I'm going back.
Oh, no. I don't even know what's going to happen, and I'm terrified. Oh, wow. This is harder to watch than
Earth's
usual.
on it too.
Yeah, Earth's not okay. Oh,
Hey.
Sid came through with our upgrade.
Was that hovercraft always there?
Yeah.
Up. A little bit early.
Okay. I'm just waiting. I'm just like, what's going to
Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah.
Anyway, did you want a character to be on the screen? Because here's a
Well, you've got
hovercraft.
one. Our new party member,
cute-
the hovercraft.
Cute little mini hovercraft.
Yeah. Oh no, the chocobos hide. It's an earthquake.
Don't worry, they're hiding
Yep.
until we get to the menu again.
Okay.
You can hear them. Oh, there they are.
It's a hat.
I always wanted
love
a
the
hovercraft
hat.
The chocobos wear hats. I think it was good.
It's always a little iffy when it goes to the left.
Anyway, you're stuck with this. However, if you try to switch the character on screen,
The game just says flat out,
No, we're not going to do that.
you have done horrible things to me.
the main goal of this is to get to the Dark Elf Cave, as I kind of alluded to earlier. I think this is the one where I can show off where the actual encounter tile is. I don't really want to take the encounter on it because no.
Hallam doesn't look okay.
It's actually very
Rock.
yeah. It's this last bone tile on the right here is where you need to get the encounter to make it work.
Yeah. Good.
Party Netara.
Sadly, that's not. I don't believe that's the Nuke glitch doing that. That's just the.
I
save
still
state,
love it.
yeah.
I'm still here for this.
Remix.
Yeah. The remix we deserve.
So just say that I did the Nuke glitch on this fight correctly, okay? I'm not going to do it because actually these things can paralyze you and it's very annoying. And so I set up one that's post-Nuke.
Yeah, I was seeing in practice. Those things were trolls of the highest caliber as far as constantly paralyzing characters. You needed to not be paralyzed in order to set up the Nuke glitch properly.
I just want to make sure that I can keep the music as normal as possible for you.
Disappointing, but fair.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
There you go.
I think they added some more instruments that time.
Anyway, here's what happens when you nuke glitch in that specific tile with those specific
Yeah, and you
items.
get those fun little white flags of surrender that the game is waving in the background,
Yeah.
too.
Please let us leave.
Please stop hurting
I heard
me.
something collapse. Was that the game's spirit? Okay,
Hey.
yeah, fair. We did it. Not sure what we did, but we did it.
It.
Okay, cool. I love that for us. Diesel has become a paladin.
You remember how when
No.
Zemus
No, I know.
Incorrect.
face planted, when he turns into Zeromus, the screen
Oh,
dims a bit. Well, instead the
right.
lights come on at that point too. Because the post Zemus
it's
cutscene is kind of playing out behind here.
It's going to try to load that battle, the Zeromus versus Golbez and Fu,
Okay, good.
but it's trying to draw from the overworld bank instead of the moon bank.
Yeah.
And you can actually lose that fight if you get a back attack. Like you have 1 HP.
Yeah.
So that is kind of the bacon of that category, if you
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, because for story reasons, you start the Zeromus fight with only Cecil alive with 1 hit point. So
Anyway,
that's
everything's
kinda-
normal.
That's happening there
I mean,
too.
the world's about to end. The shaking feels normal. Aren't they supposed to be talking?
Yeah, all that dialogue's happening
Oh, okay, got it.
under the top
Yeah.
layer.
Normal.
Rivers, I think everything is shaking because the game fears you.
As it should.
I think it's shaking because we did the nuke glitch, Bonnie. And
Little this, little that.
no, I mean, I think this scene in particular translates really well.
Yeah.
I think Cecil was always meant to have a dance off with Zeromus, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what? Okay. I love this. It's scrolling. Oh my god, it's like the legend.
Yeah.
Couldn't they speed it up a little?
I will destroy you.
The game's dealing with a lot right now.
You know
Netara.
what? Fair. I will destroy you slowly.
Anyway, you can fight Zeromus right here.
Yep.
Right from the Dark Elf Cave. I'm not going to do that because we just did that.
Yes, with only 1 character that you're normally supposed to be fighting Zeromus with.
Yeah?
And you can do a Palomporm Cecil Yang Tell. You can do a Palomporm
they're
Cecil
having
Antella.
They're having introspective moments here by
Yep.
getting power from themselves.
Anyway,
It's just the power to believe in yourself.
if you want to see what this looks like in a full run, twitch.tv/riversmccown. It's highlighted and saved there. It's also on YouTube. Nuke glitch full run. Probably should pull it up. This is all I got to show you guys. Hopefully this is a fun new category. Thanks so much for having me.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Rivers, once again for not only that absolutely masterful run of Final Fantasy IV All Bosses, but what was a wildly entertaining Nuke Glitch exhibition. Y'all did a fantastic job with the donations, making all of those incentives happen, and like I said, every single dollar that you donate goes towards the National Alliance on Mental Illness. It is all greatly appreciated by that organization, and it's greatly appreciated on behalf of the staff here at RPG Limit Break. We greatly appreciate everything that you do for us here with those donations. So, alrighty, But that is the end of the speed runs, the exhibitions, and all of that. But we're not quite done here yet, so don't shut off your stream. We do have a finale here. You are going to want to stick around. We're going to have kind of a retrospective of the week. We're going to have the testimonials like I was talking about. So everybody just stick around. We're going to take a couple minutes to get this set up, and then we'll come right back with that finale. So please, please don't go anywhere. Well, while we are waiting for all of that to get set up, we're going to go ahead and run a couple ads here. Go ahead and relax, get a stretch, get your beverage, make sure you're nice and comfortable, and again, the finale will be starting shortly.